Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, The Fire Within, by XFangHeartX. What starts out as a normal exploration turns into a fight for Luffy's life when an evil dragon named Kovar suddenly abducts him. In order to save him, the Straw Hats must go somewhere they have never gone before. Inside their captain's memories. Huge shout out to all the warlords of this channel. You know who you are. Want to stand among legends? Join the channel membership and show your support. Adios.
Big Brother was right. Aika spoke up, suddenly, which caused the Straw Hats to glance at her. That Gaspard guy was trash. Aika. Nami scolded. She's right, though, Zoro said. That Gaspard is the kind of guy that Luffy hates. Someone who only wants power on the sea and discards their crew as tools. What was the point of those memories, though? Usopp asked. I think it was supposed to show us how Luffy seems to contradict himself nowadays, Robin said. Of course, that's just my theory. Luffy has gotten a bit more reckless these days, though, hasn't he? Asked Blizzard. It actually has me worried. Me, too, Chopper agreed. I wonder what's going on with him. We'll know as soon as we find him, Sanji replied. So what happens now? Frankie asked, and he soon got his answer when they heard a loud splash. As the Straw Hats looked up, they saw that they were surrounded by water. And they could see a familiar straw hat floating before their eyes and a hand weakly reaching out to grab it. Ah! Aika shrieked. Big Brother's in the sea. Good heavens, what happened? Brook questioned. Why is he underwater? Oh, right, Nami said. I think I remember what happens here. All of a sudden, past Zoro came into view as he dove into the water and swam toward past Luffy, whose vision was slowly beginning to blur and fade into black. But just momentarily. Hey, you idiot! Wake up! At the sound of past Sanji shouting at him and the feeling of a boot being pressed into his stomach, past Luffy suddenly woke up as a small waterspout came spraying out of his mouth while past Sanji stamped his foot against his waterlogged belly. Nearby, past Usopp and past Chopper both sighed in relief while past Zoro was busy wringing out of the water out of his shirt. How many times do we have to tell you? Past Sanji questioned. Don't jump into the water when you know you can't swim. I'm sorry. Past Luffy gurgled. I was just trying to get my hat back. Moron. Past Sanji muttered. Ah, yes, I remember what happened here, Robin answered, noticing that her past counterpart was nowhere to be seen. Luffy's hat fell off and he fell overboard trying to catch it. I guess I can't really blame him after what happened with Gaspard and all, said Frankie. Poor Big Brother, Aika said while she held the rim of Luffy's hat and tugged it onto her head. Hey, what's going on out here? Oh. Past Usopp and past Chopper muttered as they shrunk back while past Nami stormed up to the group, and past Robin stood a few feet behind her. Ah, Nami, my dear, past Sanji exclaimed with hearts in his eyes, as usual. What's with all the racket? Past Nami questioned. I'm trying to work on my maps. Luffy fell overboard, again, said past Zoro as he pulled his shirt back on, prompting past Nami to glance down at past Luffy, whose stomach had now shrunken down after past Sanji made him spit out the excess water. Hi, Nami. Past Luffy slurred while the navigator sighed and shook her head. Let me guess, Luffy, she said, your hat fell off again? Uh-huh. Past Luffy nodded. I figured as much, past Nami muttered before she picked up past Luffy's hat. Come on, Luffy. I'm fixing this so this never happens, again. Huh? Past Luffy muttered as he sat up. What are you gonna do? Just follow me, past Nami replied as she walked away, and past Luffy soon got up and followed after her. Soon, they were in the girls' cabin of the Going Merry, where past Nami sat on her bed with her sewing kit. Past Luffy sat next to her with a towel placed on the bedspread to keep it from getting wet since he neglected to dry himself off. Past Nami hummed a tuneless song to herself as she pulled out a piece of thick string and a threaded needle. Soon, she sewed one end of the string to the rim of past Luffy's hat, then sewed the other end to the other side. There, she said as she snipped off the thread and put past Luffy's hat back on his head. Now you don't have to worry about your hat falling off. This string is supposed to go around your neck so that your hat can hang off behind your head. As if to demonstrate, she gently flicked the hat off of her captain's raven mop, causing it to fall backwards, but the string around past Luffy's neck caused it to just hang backwards. See? Oh, past Luffy exclaimed. This is perfect, thanks, Nami. Anytime, past Nami smiled as she got up and walked out. So you made that string on Big Brother's hat? Aika exclaimed as she looked up at the present-day Nami, who smiled. It was a bit of a problem, Nami replied. I was just trying to do us all a favor so Luffy wouldn't jump off the ship to grab his hat so much or worry about it falling off while he's fighting. You know how important that hat is to him. I bet he still fell overboard, though, huh? Kumi asked. Sometimes, yeah, Chopper admitted. Soon, the memory shifted, showing the past Straw Hats hanging around the Going Merry as per usual. Past Luffy was sitting on the figurehead, just like always. Hey, Nami, past Luffy said, you think it'll snow again? Haven't you had enough snow? Asked past Nami while she looked at the log pose. I believe an autumn island should be coming up soon, said past Robin. Autumn works for me, too, past Luffy exclaimed, as long as there's meat there. Of course, past Nami muttered. I like an island that snows, Aika spoke up, preferably if it has cookies on it, too. The Straw Hats couldn't help chuckling at that. But then, they heard a small thud, like something hard falling against a wooden floor. As they looked up, they saw what looked like bits of wood and debris, falling from the sky. What's going on here? Brook asked. Oh, Usopp muttered, it's happening. What's happening? Asked Frankie. Past Zoro hummed while lifting his dumbbells. Is that rain? Nah, this ain't rain, said past Sanji as he and past Usopp held out their hands while the debris fell around. And something began to fall closer toward them. Huh. That's interesting, it looks like Huh? The past Straw Hats, plus the members that weren't there at the time, all gaped in disbelief. Why? Because a huge galleon with a snake figurehead was plummeting toward them. Holy crap, what is happening? Frankie questioned. Is that a galleon? Kumi yelled. Why is it falling out of the sky? Blizzard cried while past Nami pretty much repeated the same thing while past Usopp and past Chopper were being thrown about. The Going Merry was being tossed about in the wild waves. Grab onto something. Past Zoro shouted. Whatever you do, don't let go. Why is this happening? Past Nami questioned. Oh, I know. This is just an awful dream. Past Usopp exclaimed, hopefully. Great. I love dreams. Past Chopper cried, right before he and past Usopp ended up colliding with each other. The rudder. Turn the rudder, shouted past Nami. That'll never work in these waves, past Zoro argued. Luffy. Past Sanji called to past Luffy, who was holding onto the mizzenmast. You gotta protect the ship, she's taking a beating. Right, past Luffy replied, but then he noticed past Usopp in a meditative position. Huh? Usopp, what are you doing? I will close my eyes and go deep within to find my happy place, past Usopp replied. And when I open my eyes, this serene landscape is all I'll see before me. The moment he opened his eyes, though, he had a rather close and personal encounter with a rotting skeleton, which caused him to scream in terror. Gia! A skeleton, Brook screamed. Look who's talking, Zoro barked. This is scary. Aika cried as she hid behind Nami. When is this gonna stop? As soon as she said this, the memory shifted, showing the past Straw Hats staring up at the sky while the wreckage of the galleon floated around them. Okay, said past Luffy. Why did a ship just fall from the sky? Talk about crazy, past Sanji said. I don't see how a ship could come falling down like that, said Zoro. I knee Grand Line was a mistake. Past Usopp cried as he and past Chopper held each other. It freaks me out. First, we get into a deadly race. Then we end up in a ship's graveyard. And now ships are falling out of the sky, complete with skeletons. Geez. You guys had a rough day, Frankie said. A rough day? Usopp questioned. We almost bit the big one, ya jerk? Wait. Ship's graveyard? Aika repeated. Oh, right, Robin spoke. Between this and the dead-end race, we also happened to come upon a place called the Rainbow Mist. The Rainbow Mist? Aika asked, excitedly. What's that? We'll tell you about it, another day, kiddo, said Sanji. Ah, but I want to hear about it, now, Aika pouted. Me, too, it sounds cool, Kumi added. Oh, nope, past Nami cried as she looked at the log pose. And the needle was pointing at the sky, for some reason. The log pose is broken. It's pointing up and it's not moving. Huh? Past Luffy muttered as he took a look. Let me see. The needle was pointing at the sky? Asked Frankie, causing Brook to gasp. Wait, does this mean what I think it means? He asked. What are you getting all excited about? Asked Blizzard. It's not broken, Miss Navigator, said Past Robin, causing everyone to look at her. The magnetic field of another island has made it switch its headings, is all. And if it's pointing to the sky, then there can only be one explanation. She then looked skyward. Our log pose has been caught by a sky island. Sky Island? The past Straw Hats, as well as the members that weren't there at the time, questioned in disbelief. Why, yes, Brook exclaimed. At long last, the Sky Island awaits. There's an island in the sky? Aika asked, excitedly. That's right, Nami smiled. In fact, there's more than one. This particular island that we ended up going to is called Skypia, Robin added. It was amazing, Chopper exclaimed. Everything there was made of clouds, even the beaches. That's so cool, Kumi exclaimed. I read about it in your logbooks, Brook piped up. At long last, with my own sockets, I finally get to see it. Well, actually, we didn't get there right away, said Zoro. What do you mean? Asked Frankie. Oh, right, Nami muttered with dread. We kinda had to make a bit of a stop, first. Stop, Brook repeated. Stop where? He soon got his answer when the memory shifted, showing the Going Merry docking at a port town. Is that Mock Town? Blizzard asked. Yeah, Zoro answered. We salvaged a few things from the galleon after it sunk, among them being an eternal pose that led to the island of Jaya. His eyes narrowed. It's also where we met him. Him? Aika repeated. You'll see in just a little while, Aika, answered Zoro. Trust us, he's bad news. Aika gulped nervously while Kumi whimpered and lowered her body a little, just as apprehensive as her best friend. Meanwhile, in the memory, past Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami were standing in the middle of the town, together. For some reason, past Nami had her arms crossed sternly. Promise me, okay, Luffy? She asked. Promise me that no matter what, you won't start any fights in this town, and that goes for Zoro, too. Who are you, our nanny? Asked past Zoro with a sarcastic tone of voice. I'm just tired of cleaning up any mess that you guys get us into, past Nami argued. Nami, past Luffy spoke up, causing past Nami to glance at him. I promise never to start any fights in this town. Good, past Nami nodded. You'd better keep that promise, too, you got it? Yeah, we got it, past Luffy and past Zoro answered, although the tone of their voices almost didn't sound like they were taking her seriously. What was that about, big sis? Asked Aika. Well, this place looked a place where a lot of cutthroats would hang out, Nami answered, and knowing your brother and Zoro. Hey, Zoro barked. I know that they'd both be all too eager to start a fight, Nami continued. I only went along to keep an eye on the two of them. Although, part of me kind of regretted it, later. Oh, yeah. Chopper said as he remembered what happened in this town during their stay here. Wait, I don't get it, said Frankie. What happened here? You'll see, Nami answered. At that moment, they heard the sound of someone coughing, and at that moment, they spotted an old man with long braided hair, a black hat, and dark brown fur coat. And there was blood spilling out of his mouth. He was shivering like a leaf and he looked like he could barely stand, not to mention his pale complexion. Next to him stood a white horse with a mane so long, it covered his eyes. And the horse didn't really look that much better, either. Sheesh, who's that? Frankie asked. He looks like hell, and I've seen Usopp on a bad day. I heard that, Usopp sneered. Almost instantly, Blizzard growled at the sight of the pair. Those two. They're with Blackbeard, Blizzard hissed. Huh? Chopper muttered. Blizzard, how do you know that? I saw them when Luffy and I were trying to escape from Impelled Down, said Blizzard. Him along with Blackbeard and 3 other guys. Burgess, Lafitte, and Van Augur. Those 2 here are called Doc Q and his horse, Stronger. He narrowed his eyes in disdain. They were trouble the moment I caught their scents. "Hey, look, it's an old man," said past Luffy. "Looks like he fell off his horse." "Yeah, looks like it," said past Zoro. The old man, Doc Q, groaned as he lied on the ground, coughing up more blood. "Hey, you there? Mind helping an old man up? Aren't you even gonna try and do it yourself?" asked past Zoro. "Fine, come on, Luffy, help me." "Sure," past Luffy answered, and soon, they hefted Doc Q onto Stronger's back, no problem. "Ah, thank you," said Doc Q. "I was born with a weak body, so I've always been sick." He then coughed up more blood. "Anyway, let's get going, Stronger." Stronger attempted to walk, but he ended up coughing up blood, too, to past Luffy and past Zoro's exasperation. "Seriously?" Frankie asked. "Even the horse? I heard that horses are meant to be a symbol of good health," Robin said. "I suppose he's called Stronger out of irony." "How are they even alive?" Chopper asked, almost worriedly. "Here," Doc Q said as he held up a basket of apples. "I don't have any money, but maybe I can offer you these apples in exchange for your help?" "No, thanks," said past Zoro. "I don't like the looks of those things. We'll just be going." "Ooh, I was just starting to get hungry," past Luffy exclaimed as he grabbed an apple and took a bite, despite past Zoro and past Nami's attempts to stop him. Just as he bit into it, though, a house behind them suddenly exploded into smithereens. "Good heavens!" Brook cried. "What the hell was that?" Sanji questioned. "Hey, what happened?" asked a bystander. "Some weirdo was going around town, giving out apples," answered another man. When they each took a bite, they all exploded. "What?" Ika shrieked. "Is Luffy gonna be okay?" Kumi asked in fear. "Luffy, quick!" past Nami urged as she grabbed past Luffy by the throat and started to shake him. "Spit that apple out, hurry!" "But I already swallowed it," past Luffy gagged. "What the hell are you trying to pull, old man?" past Zoro questioned as he drew Wado Ichimonji. Hee. Doc Q chuckled, sinisterly. "It's fine. Your friend there just happened to eat a dud apple. If he picked a different one, he'd have been dead in an instant." He then gave a wicked grin as he looked at past Luffy. "You're one lucky boy, aren't you?" Past Luffy only stared at the strange old man before he rode off on his horse, just as the memory faded to black. "I don't like the looks of that guy," said Usopp. "The next guy we meet is even worse," said Zoro. "What do you mean by that?" asked Ika, but as if to answer her question, the memories soon came back, revealing past Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami inside a tavern. A rather noisy tavern at that. There were pirates that looked like they'd a berry to their name, holding pretty women in their laps while eating several dishes. "My," Robin said, "quite a lively establishment." "Sheesh. What a dive," Frankie muttered. "I've seen bars in the backstreets of Water 7 that looked better than this joint." For some reason, Ika's eyes were on the man that was sitting just to the right of her older half-brother. She didn't know why, but she felt something off about him. "Ika, you okay?" Kumi asked. "What's up?" I dunno," Ika answered. "I just have this weird feeling." "You're right to feel that way, kid," said Zoro, his good eye narrowing. "You're about to see why." "Geez, this town sucks," said past Nami as she put her drink down in frustration. Past Zoro sat beside her, downing a tankard of rum, while past Luffy sat beside him, eating a cherry pie, along with the mysterious stranger. "Sorry to hear that, miss," said the barkeep. "Mock Town is a place that was built on pirates' treasure. You see, scoundrels and rapscallions come from hither and yon and unload their riches as they please. Brawls and murders are pretty much commonplace here, but the pirates don't ever lay a hand on the townspeople." HMPH. Past Nami scoffed. "I suppose I can't really cheer y'all up, now can I?" asked the barkeep. "In that case, consider this on the house." "That's very courteous of you," past Nami said. "Still, this place gives me really bad vibes." The barkeep chuckled. "I suppose it's common for people to talk like that about this place. Of course, we don't get normal people around here. Anyway, your log pose will reset in about 4 days. If I were you, I'd set sail in order to avoid getting caught up in any unnecessary scandals." 4 days, huh?" asked past Nami. "I say we leave in 2, then." "You certainly weren't in a good mood, were you, Miss Nami?" asked Brooke. Not a bit, Nami answered, bitterly. You know, I'm glad I didn't go, now, said Usopp. Me, too, Chopper added, nervously. Hey, barkeep. Past Nami started, but then, past Luffy and the mysterious patron both slammed their hands on the counter. Hey, Fatso, they yelled, causing the barkeep to look at them. Huh? What's up with you two? He asked. This cherry pie is so bad, I could die, past Luffy yelled. This cherry pie is so good, I could die, the stranger exclaimed. Which caused the two to glare at each other like they had said something to offend one another. What is going on? Sanji asked. Is he about to start a brawl? Frankie questioned in excitement. Not exactly, said Zoro. For some reason, though, Blizzard was growling, even though his fangs weren't bared. Blizzard? Chopper asked. What's wrong? It's him, Blizzard snarled. Soon, past Luffy and the stranger both gulped down their drinks. Wow, this drink is really good, past Luffy exclaimed. Gah! This drink is horrible. The stranger shouted, causing them to glare at each other, again. You brat, the stranger glared. You must have something wrong with your taste buds. My taste buds are fine, past Luffy argued. You're the one who has something wrong with his head. Who cares? Asked the barkeep. I ain't the one who made the stuff. You got a complaint? Talk to the cook. Are they seriously fighting over their taste in food? Usopp questioned in exasperation. It actually goes a bit deeper than that, said Zoro. Hey, Pops. Past Luffy said. Can I have 50 steaks to go, please? I'll take 51 cherry pies to go, too, said the stranger, causing past Luffy to glare at him. Actually, make that 52 steaks, he said, 53 cherry pies. 54 steaks. 55 pies. 60, 70, 80, 100. At that moment, past Luffy stepped up on the counter with a fist reeled back, and the stranger was taking the same posture as the two glowered at each other. I ought to beat the living crap out of you, they shouted in unison. Do you two even have the slightest idea what you're fighting about? Past Zoro yelled. What the hell is Luffy's deal? Asked Sanji. Didn't he promise he wouldn't start fights in this backwater town? You don't understand, said Zoro. He wasn't picking a fight just because the guy had different tastes in food and stuff. That's Blackbeard, isn't it? Robin spoke up, suddenly, causing everyone to glance at her. Wait, what? Sanji questioned. Did you say Blackbeard? Brooke asked. Blackbeard. As in the guy who wrecked my homeland, Chopper added. That guy was Blackbeard? The same pirate who got Big Brother Ace sent to prison. Aika whispered, her eyes wide in horror. That guy is. The moment I saw him, I knew it was that bastard, Blizzard growled. That's right, said Zoro. That guy is Blackbeard. Are you serious? Frankie inquired. Yeah, he doesn't even look like that much of a threat, Usopp added. If anything, he looks like more of an idiot than Luffy is, and that's saying something. It's him, all right, said Zoro as he glared at Blackbeard. Luffy? Past Nami shouted. You promised, remember? Besides, we're not here to get dozens of steaks. We aren't here to shop. Past Luffy seemed to stand down after that while Blackbeard grinned. So, are you a pirate? He asked. Yeah, that's right, Past Luffy answered. What's your bounty, kid? 30 million berries. Blackbeard scoffed. Pa, 30 million berries. You? How in the hell can that be? You're nothing but a little liar. I'm not lying, Past Luffy yelled. It's the truth, lard ass. Knock it off. Past Zoro shouted. Hey, now. The barkeep called. No fighting in the tavern. He then put down a bundle. Here, 50 cherry pies. Take him and go. HMPH, Blackbeard scoffed before he grabbed the bundle and walked out. But not long after he did, someone else entered. I heard there's a pirate that wears a straw hat here. As the Straw Hats looked up, they saw a familiar-looking young man come walking into the establishment. He had blonde hair and a pink shirt, as well as gray trousers and a dark blue buccaneer's coat dangling off his shoulders. Aika gasped, immediately recognizing him. Mr. Bellamy, she exclaimed. Oh, yeah. The guy we ran into in Dressrosa, added Kumi. What's he doing here? Oh, yeah. I forgot about this jackass, Nami muttered. I'm confused, Brooke said. Just who is this Bellamy chap? Bellamy the hyena, Robin spoke up. Here, he was known as the big-time rookie and had a bounty of 55 million berries, but it went up 195 million during the 2 years. He used to be a member of Don Quixote da Flamingo's crew. After everything that happened in Dressrosa, his current whereabouts are unknown. Yeah, too bad that here, he wasn't really much of a friend, said Zoro. Huh? Aika muttered. What do you mean, Zoro? Robin, Zoro said. Whatever you do, don't cover Aika's eyes, this time. Hold her hand if you want, but don't cover her eyes, no matter what. What? Nami questioned. Zoro, Aika shouldn't see this. She has to see this, Zoro argued. There's a lesson she has to learn, here. Aika blinked at the swordsman before Robin gently took her hand in hers. So, said Bellamy as he walked toward the bar, you're the one with the 30 million on his head, eh, Straw Hat Luffy? Looks like someone's calling you out, Luffy, said past Zoro as he drank some more of his rum while past Luffy glanced back at Bellamy. Bellamy. That's the guy who rented out the hotel, isn't it? Asked past Nami. Soon, the other patrons in the tavern started murmuring amongst themselves while Bellamy came and stood beside him. We sure have been meeting a lot of tall people, today, said past Luffy. Hey, barkeep, said Bellamy. Your most expensive drink, please. He then pointed at past Luffy. And get the boy here whatever he wants. Of course, the barkeep nodded, although he seemed to give Bellamy a sneer as he did. Soon, someone else entered the bar. Several men in fact, as well as a couple of women. This place stinks, said one of the women, who was wearing sunglasses and a fur coat. How can anybody drink hecking? Nami muttered. Nami, language, Robin chided. What? Nami asked. She is. And the booze looks cheap, too, added a man wearing an alpaca hat. Couldn't you have at least saved us some seats? Asked a man with long blue hair, purple shades, a long fur coat, and wielding a huge, bloodied knife. That's him, isn't it? Asked one of the tavern customers. That's Big Knife, Sarquis. What kinda name is Big Knife? Frankie scoffed. Soon, the barkeep brought out some drinks for Bellamy and past Luffy. Go ahead, said Bellamy. Drink up. Thanks, pal, past Luffy said as he took his mug. You know, I almost thought you were a bad guy or something. Just as he was about to tilt the mug back and guzzle his drink down, Bellamy suddenly grabbed him by the back of his head and slammed him against the counter, shattering it into pieces and sending splinters of wood everywhere. Ah! Chopper shrieked. Big brother, Aika cried. What is Bellamy doing? Kumi questioned while Blizzard growled. Luffy told me about this, the wolf dog said. Soon, Bellamy's crew started bursting out laughing. That's Bellamy for ya, Sarquis exclaimed. But it was then that Bellamy noticed that past Zoro was holding his sword up to his throat. Despite his initial surprise, he only gave the swordsman a smug grin. You got a problem? Lowlife? Asked Bellamy. You're the one who has a problem, jackass, past Zoro glared. Wait a minute, Zoro, cried past Nami. We haven't gotten the information we needed yet and… Quiet, past Zoro barked. I don't care. This guy's looking for a fight and damn it, I'm gonna give him one. No one attacks my captain, unprovoked like that. At that moment, past Luffy stood up, wiping his chin and dusting off the shards of wood from his clothes. What's this? Asked Bellamy. Getting up, are we? Okay, past Luffy said. I hope you're ready for this. Finally, some action, Frankie exclaimed. Yeah, come on, big brother, Aika shouted. Kick his butt. Hold it, said Zoro, causing Frankie and Aika to look up at him. Just keep watching. Wah! Aika muttered before she looked back at the memory. The tavern patrons were all hollering and cheering, anxious for a brawl to start, and by the sound of it, they were cheering for Bellamy. This isn't a fight, you guys, Bellamy said. This is a test. He then gestured at past Luffy. Come on, kid. Let's see what you've got. Past Luffy soon took a fighting stance. Wait a minute, Luffy, cried past Nami before she turned to the barkeep. Hey, mister. Tell us, how can we get to the Sky Island? As soon as those words left her mouth, the tavern went dead silent. Did she just say, Sky Island? Is that bitch crazy? What did you do? Brooke asked. For some messed up reason, asking about the Sky Island just got us in a lot of trouble, said Nami as she pinched her sinuses while her past self kept talking. Please. If you have any information on the Sky Island, past Nami started. Only for the entire bar to burst out into laughter. Did you hear what she just said? Sky Island? What a load of crap. Not another one of these idiots. But, it's true, past Nami exclaimed as she held up the log pose. Look, our log pose is pointing at the sky. At first, they seemed to believe her, but then, they only started laughing more. Come on, baby. Gimme a break, said one of them. Your log pose is obviously broken. Hearing that caused past Nami to blush in embarrassment. Those bastards. Sanji cursed. Wait, I don't get it, Usopp said. How come they're laughing? What a bunch of fools you are, Bellamy said as he sat down, trying to regain his composure. Where did you kids come from? Anyway, you seriously believe in that old fairy tale about the Sky Island? Where have you been, all these years? What? Past Nami asked. Look, I feel sorry for you, so I'm gonna tell you something good, said Bellamy. Here on the Grand Line, new currents are being discovered pretty much every day. There's this one called the Knock-Up Stream. But you probably didn't know until now, did you? Ships that get caught up in it get shot straight up into the sky, but then come crashing down into the sea, killing everyone aboard. Is that true? Frankie asked. For any inexperienced people, yeah, Nami answered. Long ago, some ignorant pirates saw them and thought there was an island in the sky, said Bellamy. What a bunch of bull. Even dreams can be rationally explained. Soon, you'll see that legends are only that. Legends and nothing else. Past Luffy didn't speak, but he tightly balled his fists at his sides. It's too bad, really, Bellamy said. I was actually gonna let you guys join me if you had what it takes, but clearly, I was wrong. You lot are too gullible. He then gave a sick grin. Listen up, now. The age of pirate dreams are over. The City of Gold. The Emerald City. Hell, even the One Piece. They're nothing but pipe dreams cooked up by idiots who are blinded by such fantasies and can't see the riches that lie at their feet. In this day and age, people who believe such crock only wind up in an early grave. They were lucky to have died chasing their dreams, they say. Well, you know what I call those kinds of people? Losers. As Bellamy laughed, the Straw Hats all glared at him, except for Ika, who only stared in disbelief. Mr. Bellamy, she whispered. How dare he spout such nonsense? Brooke shouted. Dreams are what guide us to the very things that we seek, the very reason for us to even go out at sea. Sheesh. Hard to believe this guy actually ended up on our side, Frankie added. I think I know what's going on here, said Robin. I think Bellamy once had the same dreams as any other pirate out there, as well as the rest of his crew. However, when they saw the dangers that following such legends had, they became disillusioned and became what they are today. Sheesh. That's pretty sad when you put it that way, Usopp muttered. I'm not giving him any sympathy, Blizzard muttered. When I see fools like you who go around, following stupid dreams, Bellamy began, it just pisses me off. He then grabbed a bottle of rum and smashed it against Luffy's face, causing him to collapse on the floor. Oh, my god, Luffy, past Nami cried, while past Zoro remained stone-faced. It's weaklings like you that give pirates a bad name, Bellamy shouted, you make me sick. Soon, the other pirates started throwing drinks and food at past Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami, who looked like she was on the verge of tears as they jeered at them. Big brother, get up. Ika urged at her brother's past counterpart, fight him. Yeah, come on man, Frankie added. What are you waiting for? You gonna let him diss you like that? Wait for it, said Zoro. And suddenly, past Luffy grunted as he stood up, his hat lying on the floor. Luffy, Zoro, past Nami cried. Forget the promise. Just kick these guys' asses. No, past Luffy said, causing her to gasp. What? Past Nami whispered in shock. Zoro, said past Luffy, no matter what, don't fight back. What? Ika questioned. What is he saying? Okay, I know Luffy can be crazy, sometimes, Kumi said, but this really takes the cake. Did he seriously say, don't fight back, Usopp questioned. Yep, said Zoro, nonchalantly. But why? Chopper questioned. Yeah, you guys could easily take those chumps, Frankie shouted. What, were you afraid because you were outnumbered? That's not why, Zoro answered. Soon, all at once. It started. past Luffy and past Zoro were soon ganged upon by Bellamy and his crew. They punched them, kicked them, cut them with glass, had food thrown at them, and had liquor spat in their faces. And the final blow came when Bellamy bashed past Luffy right through a glass window. Despite past Nami urging them to fight back, they didn't move so much as a muscle. Not even a light twitch of the eye. Aika gaped, horrified at what she was seeing. Her older half-brother whom she was getting the crap beaten out of him. And he wasn't even so much as raising a fist. When she tried to shield her eyes, Zoro grabbed her by the head, forcibly making her face the memory. As for Kumi, she had her eyes covered with Blizzard's tail. But the wolf dog pulled his tail away. "I think you should watch this, too, Kumi," Blizzard said. "Do I have to?" Kumi bemoaned. Soon, past Luffy and past Zoro were standing in the tavern. Both of them a bloody mess. "Big brother," Aika whispered, tearfully. I don't understand," said Chopper. "Why didn't you guys fight?" "Because they weren't worth it, that's why," said Zoro. "What?" Chopper asked. "What do you mean, they weren't worth it?" Aika questioned as she glared at Zoro. "Why did you make me watch that?" "Because you had to see it," Zoro snapped, causing Aika to gasp. "Look, half pint. You gotta learn how the world works, whether you like it or not." What Zoro is trying to say, Sanji began as he took a knee beside Aika and gently put his hand on her shoulder, is that sometimes, you run into people just don't share the same ideals as you. "Huh?" Aika asked. "Aika, do you remember what happened with Shanks and bandits?" asked Robin. "You didn't see him getting up to fight back, now did you?" "Well, yeah, but that was because..." Aika started, only to gasp as realization suddenly set in. "Oh. There you go," said Zoro. "I'm sorry I had to force you to see that, Aika, but you had to learn." "I see," Aika said. "I'm sorry I was being a brat, Zoro." Zoro chuckled before he gently ruffled her hair, showing that there were no hard feelings. "I guess there was a lesson to be learned here," said Kumi. "Man, I'm actually glad you guys didn't fight back, now," Frankie said. "Indeed," Brooke said. "In the end, those pirates were the fools." "I'm sorry I gave you guys grief," Nami said. "I guess I wanted you guys to fight back because I felt embarrassed." Don't worry about it," Zoro shrugged. "Besides, those guys punched like little girls, anyway. No offense, squirt." "None taken," Aika replied. Soon, past Nami came stomping out of the tavern while dragging past Luffy and past Zoro on the ground by the back of their shirts. "I don't believe this," past Nami said. "The one time our honor is at stake, and you guys don't even lift a finger." "More like your honor was at stake," Zoro said. "Like I said before, I felt embarrassed," Nami retorted. "I said I was sorry, didn't I?" "The Sky Island does exist." Soon, past Nami gasped as she turned around and saw Blackbeard munching on a cherry pie. Unceremoniously, she dropped past Luffy and past Zoro to the ground while she glared at him. "Zihahaha," he cackled. "That place really does make some damn good cherry pies." "It's you," past Nami whispered. "What does he want?" Frankie asked. "I didn't know," Nami said. "I was too mad to care." "What are you pitching a fit for?" asked Blackbeard. "Your two buddies actually won that fight without throwing a punch." "What?" past Nami whispered while past Luffy lied on the ground. Images of Shanks and Ace momentarily appearing. "Why was Big Brother thinking about them, then?" Aika asked. "I think he was being reminded of who his role models really are," Robin answered. "I like the way you talked to them back there, too," added Blackbeard. "You got guts, Missy." "They disrespected you, too, big sis?" asked Aika. "One of them wanted to buy me," Nami said. "PSH, please. As if I would ever lower myself to that." At that moment, past Luffy and past Zoro began to pick themselves up and dust themselves off. "You guys," past Nami exclaimed. "This new era those idiots are spouting about is a load of crap," said Blackbeard. "The era of pirate dreams has come to end. Yeah, right? Zihahahaha." Despite his laughter, the Straw Hats couldn't help but feel this odd chill that was going down their spines. Past Luffy just stared at Blackbeard, wordlessly. "The dreams of pirates will never end," he declared as he slammed his bottle of rum on the ground. Am I right? Past Luffy didn't give him an answer. It's not easy, being able to surpass someone great. Blackbeard continued. Let those idiots laugh at you. When it comes to aiming for the top, sometimes, you come across fights that just aren't worth fighting, right? Zia ha 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 ha. Let's go, said past Zoro, and soon, he, past Luffy, and past Nami began to walk away. And the memory faded to black, not long after. The Straw Hats stood within the void, taking a moment to let what happened sink in. They didn't know why, but they felt this uneasy chill as they thought about what Blackbeard had said to their captain back then. It felt like hours until someone finally said something. I don't like that guy, said Aika, he's creepy. I'm not very fond of that guy, either, Kumi added. Trust me, we're not fond of him, either, said Zoro. You know, Usopp began, he kinda reminds me of, well, Luffy? Zoro concluded, causing the sniper to gulp nervously. Well, yeah, Usopp answered. I mean, that guy talked about dreams and stuff, just like Luffy did. Which kinda has me thinking. Don't even get me started, Frankie said. The thought of our captain having anything in common with that fat ass is unsettling enough as it is. I don't really like the idea of it, either, Nami murmured as she rubbed her arm. I actually try not to think about it. You know, Sanji began. I can't help wondering that maybe Luffy sensed that something was off about that guy. How so? Asked Brooke. I dunno, Sanji admitted. I mean, Luffy, as dense as he is, would never just outright pick a fight over something trivial like what food tastes bad or whatever. I think he was looking for an excuse to fight him because he sensed that something wasn't right about Blackbeard. In that case, I can't blame him, said Blizzard. The very moment I saw Blackbeard way back and impelled down, my instincts were going nuts. Jimbei did say that Blackbeard is one of the 4 emperors now, right? Asked Robin. Ah, don't even start, Usopp exclaimed as he covered his ears. The fact that eventually, we'll run into him already gives me bad dreams at night. Before they could discuss it further, the memories began to return, causing the group to look up. This time, it showed the past Straw Hats walking around inside someone's house. Nearby, lying on a bed was a tall, shirtless man of middle age. For a man his age, he was very well built, his body having a toned and muscular physique. For some reason, there was what looked like a giant chestnut on his blonde hair. Who's that guy? Asked Aika. That's Mont Blanc Cricket, Robin said. A descendant of the Mont Blanc family. Mont Blanc. Mount Blink. Monty Blanky. Aika tried to repeat it, but then she giggled as she stumbled on her words. Ha 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 ha. That's a mouthful. Kumi laughed. Mont Blanc. Brooke whispered. I dare say that name sounds familiar. Perhaps you have, Sanji said. Ever heard of Nolan the Liar? Oh, yeah. That old fairy tale, Frankie exclaimed. But what does that have to do with any of this? And how come that guy's in bed? You'll see, said Chopper while he watched his past self-examine Cricket. What's wrong with him, Chopper? Asked past Nami. He's got decompression sickness, otherwise known as the bends, past Chopper replied. The bends? Past Zoro repeated. The old guy's sick? Asked past Luffy. It's a condition that divers get, sometimes, past Chopper replied. It's not a chronic illness, though. It happens when a diver comes up from deep water too quickly. The sudden decompression causes air bubbles to form in the bloodstream and tissues. The bubbles expand and can cause problems in the vascular system, muscles, and joints. So it's a mystery sickness, then, past Luffy said as he looked out an open window. This man has probably been diving deep, day after day, without giving his body any time to decompress, said past Chopper. But why would he do something like that? Past Nami asked. I don't know, past Chopper answered, but it's very dangerous. In some cases, people can die from decompression sickness. Wait, was he like that when you found him? Aika asked. Not really, Sanji said. You see, we came here, trying to find a clue on how to get to the Sky Island and, well, he attacked us. What? Brooke questioned. But whatever for? Well, we were trespassing, Nami answered. Not just that, but he also thought we were trying to steal his gold. He had gold? Frankie asked. Geez, no wonder he got so protective. All of a sudden, 2 large apes came barreling into the house, but they were so huge, they could barely fit through the door. One looked more muscular with spiky hair and had a long tail while the other was a bit more stout, looking like an orangutan that wore typical pirate clothes. "Hey, boss," shouted the first one. "Are you okay in here?" "What's going on in here?" questioned the second one. "Ah!" Past Usopp and past Chopper screamed. "It's them again." "Are those monkeys?" asked Aika. "Those two are Masira and his brother, Shoju," Sanji answered. "They're members of the Sarayama Alliance, which the old man is the founder of." "Yeah, and lemme tell ya, they were a handful," Usopp said. "Shoju's screeching was one of the reasons why poor Mary got all busted up." "Really?" Aika asked, worriedly. "Yeah, which is why we freaked out so bad," said Chopper. "What are you guys doing here?" Shoju questioned. "What did you to the boss?" screeched Masira. "The old man's sick, so we're treating him," said past Luffy, holding a basin of water. "Get outta here." "Luffy, there's no point in trying to reason with them," past Nami shouted. "Quick, let's get out through the window." "Wait for us," past Usopp and past Chopper cried as they prepared to follow her. A pause, until Masira and Shoju started to cry. "That's so kind of you," they said. They actually listened. Past Nami, past Usopp, and past Chopper questioned as they crashed into the wall, causing the others to laugh. Well, I could be wrong, you know," Nami admitted. "What a lively bunch," Robin smiled. Soon, past Luffy was sitting outside with the apes, along with past Zoro and past Usopp, who were both sitting by the door. "So you guys live here, too?" asked past Luffy. "That's right," said Shoju. "The boss's house is the headquarters for the Sarayama Alliance. We usually sleep on our own ships since the house is too small for us, though," Masira added. "That's right," Shoju agreed. "After all, his house is a bit too small for us." He then burst into laughter. "Yeah, you guys are pretty big," past Luffy concurred. "I mean, compared to a giant, you're really puny, she. "They sure get along, huh?" Blizzard asked. "What did you expect?" asked Zoro. "They are monkeys, after all." True, Blizzard nodded. "I have to admit, I'm amazed that a little guy like you could kick Masira off your ship like that," Shoju said as he smacked his brother on the back. "It takes a lot of strength to overpower him." "Ah, it was nothing, really," past Luffy shrugged. "Huh? What's that?" Shoju asked in surprise. "I bet you could kick his ass," past Luffy said. "Hey, Luffy," past Chopper called from inside the house. "The old man's awake." "Oh, great," past Luffy said as he headed inside, not seeming to notice that Shoju had indeed managed to send Masira flying. "Wow, he was right," said Frankie. "He could kick his ass." Soon, the past Straw Hats were inside the house, where they found Cricket sitting up on his bed, smoking a cigarette. "Sorry about the fuss," he said. "I just thought you guys were after my gold, that's all." "You have gold? Really?" past Nami asked with berry signs in her eyes. "Settle down, Nami," past Usopp scolded. "Now then," Cricket said, "I was told you had something you wanted to ask me. What is it?" "We want to go to the Sky Island," past Luffy answered. "How do we get there, Diamond Head Pops?" "The Sky Island?" asked Cricket, before he burst into laughter. "You actually believe that fairy tale?" Past Nami was prepared to tear the ailing old man apart had past Usopp not grabbed her and held her back in time. "Sheesh," Frankie muttered. "Bellamy's guys sure pissed you off, huh, Nami?" "More than that," Nami muttered with disdain. "So you're saying it's not real, after all?" past Luffy questioned, which caused Cricket to smirk. "Well, there was this one man exist," he said, "but he went down in history as a liar and his descendants have been the objects of ridicule ever since." Past Luffy turned and gaped at past Usopp. "It's not me, Luffy," he shouted. "His name was Noland the Liar," said Cricket. "It's a very old tale from centuries ago." Past Luffy turned to past Usopp, again, gaping in shock. "Again, it's not me," past Usopp shouted. "Are you sure about that, Usopp?" Aika asked. "You did attempt a similar lie in Dressrosa, didn't you?" Robin inquired. "Oh, come on, get off my back," Usopp shouted. "Besides, that saved our skins, I mean, sort of." It was then that Cricket that revealed that Noland was his distant ancestor from many years ago and that everything that happened in the fairy tale happened here on Jaya, on the very spot where he made his home, to everyone's shock, at least to the ones who weren't there at the time. "He's descended from Noland?" Brooke questioned. "Who'd have thought?" Frankie exclaimed. Even I've heard the name, Noland, when I was a pup, Blizzard added. I never thought he actually had any descendants, though. He was my great-great-great-great-great, Cricket said before he scoffed. Well, the long and short of it is he was a distant ancestor of mine. I bet a mosquito wouldn't even be able to find even a drop of his blood in me. He looked to the past Straw Hats. The Mont Blanc family was sent into exile and forced to live a life of shame. To this day, we're still ridiculed. But no one in my family has ever once blamed Noland. Why's that? Asked past Usopp. Because Noland was a lot of things, Cricket began, but he sure as hell was no liar. Wait, he wasn't, Ika asked. But that doesn't make sense, Frankie muttered. Yes, I also find it rather strange, said Brook. In the book, Noland's last words were, "The city of gold must have sunk into the sea." Cricket explained. In the book, he was shown with a big, dopey grin on his face. When in reality, he died with tears falling from his eyes. The island they reached was undoubtedly Jaya. The same island that held the ruins where the city of gold was said to be hidden. I honestly don't believe he made it up. Noland believed that the ancient ruins sank below the sea due to the shifting of the Earth's crust. Everyone thought he only made it up as a last-ditch effort to redeem himself. But he was executed while everyone laughed at him. So, the city of gold really did disappear? Brook asked. Yeah, but it didn't sink into the sea. Usopp answered. In reality, it was actually shot straight up into the sky. Wait, the sky? Frankie questioned. You're kidding me? We don't really know the whole details about what happened to Mont Blanc Noland, said Robin, but we do know that he definitely wasn't lying. At least, not completely. So in order to clear your family name, past Usopp began. Excitedly, you've been diving down to the ocean floor in search of the city of gold? Cut the crap, Cricket shouted as he fired a shot at the sniper, but luckily, it missed him, but it doesn't stop everyone from getting tense. What did you do that for? Past Luffy questioned, angrily. So what if Noland was telling the truth? Asked Cricket. So what if he was a great explorer? I don't give a shit about any of it, because that bastard's blood flows in my veins. Ever since I was a kid, I've been ridiculed and picked on by complete and total strangers. Do you have any idea what that shit's like? Past Luffy gasped quietly, and for a moment, images of himself as a child being bullied and scorned by the other children appeared, which made the Straw Hats' hearts sink. They knew that must have struck a deep chord with their captain. Cricket then went on to explain how for 4 centuries, countless members of his family went out to sea in order to restore honor to the Mont Blanc name, but none have ever been heard from, again. Cricket was so ashamed of his lineage that he left his home and became a pirate. He didn't really want to become one, he just needed a reason to escape from Noland's curse as he put it. That's when he happened upon Jaya, 10 years prior to meeting the Straw Hats. Despite how much he despised Noland and his family name, Cricket was the only member of the Mont Blanc clan to make landfall here, and as he stood at the cliff that overlooked the island and found no trace of the city of gold, he surmised that it had been fate that brought him to Jaya and that there was no way to escape it. Of course, his crew thought that he was crazy, so they left him there, and ever since that day, Cricket dove into the sea, every day and almost every hour, searching for the city of gold. How awful, Brook commented. Since when did pirating ever become so shallow? Sheesh, talk about nerve, Blizzard muttered in disdain. Pirate crews are supposed to stick together until the very end. I've had fleas that were more loyal than those S-bags. This isn't about clearing my family name, Cricket said, and I don't even care if I do find the city of gold. This is a battle with a man who ruined my life long before it even started. But before I die, I intend to set the record straight. By now, past Usopp was in tears. And even his present-day counterpart, and even Frankie and Brook were in tears. What a brave old-timer, Frankie wept. Able to face his fears with no regrets like that. I wish I could have met him for real. Such a sad tale, Brook muttered. Poor Mr. Cricket, said Ika, sadly. Yeah, I really can't help but feel bad for him, said Kumi. Don't feel pity for him, Usopp said. That guy was as manly as he could get. He didn't do what he did to make you feel sorry for him. He did it because he felt like it was something he had to do. It takes true bravery to do something like that. Hey, Diamond Head Pops, said past Luffy. What about those 2 monkeys? How did they come to live here with you? It must be a true tale about men who risk their lives in the ocean's depths behind it, past Usopp exclaimed. Well, not really, Cricket answered. They're just fans of the story, that's all. What? Past Usopp questioned. Really? Past Nami asked, incredulously. It was then Cricket went to explain how he met Masira and Shoju, who were outside making some big ruckus, about 5 or 6 years ago. They had heard about him and sought him out, believing that what Noland said about the City of Gold was true, as well. Despite the circumstances, Cricket accepted them due to years of loneliness and believed that they had come into his life to save him. Once again, past Usopp was moved to tears while the Straw Hats smiled. And then they heard past Luffy's thoughts. So the old man has friends, now, that's good. Are you done talking about monkeys, already? Asked past Luffy. I'm getting bored. Then grit your teeth and bear it, you ungrateful brat. Past Usopp shouted as he bopped him on the head, but past Luffy promptly shoved him aside. Like I said, old man, he said, we want to go to the Sky Island. Wow. And here I was, thinking Luffy didn't care, Usopp said. I think Luffy wanted to make sure that Cricket wasn't lonely before he decided to ask, Robin mused. You know, that actually does sound like Luffy, now, said Nami. I think Luffy sympathizes with people like him. People who were lonely and had no friends. Remember, he didn't have it easy, growing up, either. Yeah, that's true, said Sanji. Luffy just wanted to make sure that the old-timer was done speaking about everything that happened to him. I guess that's just his way of being polite. In a kind of rude way. That's Luffy for you, Zoro shrugged. Despite past Luffy's bluntness, Cricket grinned at him. Quite the straightforward kid, aren't you? He asked. I admit, I like that tenacity of yours, boy. He then reached over to a bookshelf and pulled out a rather aged-looking book. However, I told you before, the only one who spoke of the Sky Island was Noland. If you believe his tales, you're sure to become a laughing stock, just like me. So to the Sky Island, too? Asked past Luffy in excitement. Well, he didn't actually say that he went there, said Cricket as he flipped through the pages of the book. Wait, is that Noland's logbook? Asked past Nami. Sure is, little lady, Cricket replied as he tossed the book to her. Go on, read that passage. Past Nami looked down at the book and read the pages, amazed at Noland's findings, such as the skyfish and even the waver that was said to be created in the Sky Island, as well as many other fascinating treasures. The navigator expressed a desire to have one for herself while the boys urged her to keep reading. By the time she was done, everyone stared at her in excitement as if she was reading some fabulous fairy tale. Guys, she exclaimed, do you know what this means? The Sky Island is real, past Luffy exclaimed, just like Robin said. Yeah, and according to Noland's log, people actually believed they existed, 400 years ago. Past Usopp added while past Chopper remained stunned from the shock. And it was then that the memory faded to black. Wait, don't stop there, Brook cried. I want to hear more. Me, too, Frankie exclaimed, it was just getting good. So, I'm a bit confused, Ika said. If Mr. Cricket says he hates Noland, how come he's trying to prove that the City of Gold does exist? I guess it's more because he wants closure, Ika, Robin noted. Closure? Ika repeated. What's that mean? It means to resolve an emotional or traumatic conflict you've had in life, Brook answered. It makes sense, Sanji said. The old man spent the next 10 years, trying to find the answer he was looking for. But he was just looking in the wrong place. Closure. Nami whispered as she put a hand to her chin in pondering. What's wrong, Nami? Usopp asked. Nothing, Nami answered. Don't worry about it. Soon, the memories began to return, this time showing the past Straw Hats all in Cricket's house. It was dark out and they were all on the floor, eating food, drinking grog, and just having a hell of a time. All right, a party, Frankie exclaimed. Yeah, Ika and Kumi both cheered. What was the occasion? Brook asked. You know, Usopp shrugged. Just having fun for the sake of having fun. That's how we Straw Hats roll. As everyone was partying, they noticed that past Robin was sitting in a corner of the room, all by herself, smiling in amusement while quickly drinking her drink while she glanced down at Noland's logbook, which was lying in her lap. Hey, Robin. Past Luffy called, his cheeks full to bursting and his stomach bloated to twice its size. What are you doing? Sitting all the way over there? Come and eat with us. Don't be shy, Robin, dear, past Sanji exclaimed. I made sure there's enough even for you. I'm just fine, Captain, thank you, past Robin assured. Aunt Robin, why are you just sitting there, all alone? Asked Aika. Like I said, Robin began, I didn't quite trust them, yet. I was so used to being on my own that I pretty much distanced myself from your brother and the others. But that's so sad, Kumi added. Yeah, you're missing out on all the fun, Aika exclaimed. Oh, sweetheart, Robin smiled. Thank you for being concerned. Well, at least you don't distance yourself anymore, Zoro said as he put an arm around Robin's shoulders, causing her to chuckle. As everyone ate, Cricket approached past Robin almost eerily, causing her to gasp due to being a bit startled. The city of gold is in the skull's right eye, he said with a flushed face, indicating his intoxication. Huh? Aika muttered. The skull's right eye? Brook repeated. It was the last thing that Noland wrote in his log before he was executed, Robin said. I was trying to figure out what it meant. That tear-stained sentence, Cricket began, was the very last thing that Noland wrote. On the very day he was executed. Even after all this time spent on Jaya, I still have no idea what he means. He took a sip of his grog before he continued to speak, almost poetically. The skull's right eye. Was that the lost city of gold was called? Or was it an omen of death? The remaining blank pages in the log provide no clues. She. Past Luffy laughed as he kept eating. And that, my friends, is why we dive, exclaimed Cricket. We see our dreams at the bottom of the sea. Hell yeah, we do, Masira cheered. You said it, boss, agreed Shoju. She. Past Luffy laughed as he ate some grilled fish. We're gonna go flying. Not with the way you eat, we won't, past Zoro quipped before everyone broke into laughter. As the night went, Cricket began to tell the tale of Noland's adventures in Jaya, telling them how when he and his crew first made landfall, the first things they heard was the call of a peculiar bird and the tolls of a giant golden bell, and how he found the city of gold hidden at its source. By the end, the past Straw Hats were left cheering along with Masira and Shoju. Yeah, Noland, past Luffy hollered. Woohoo, I'm actually starting to like that guy, past Usopp added. Oh, wow, past Nami exclaimed. A bell made out of solid gold. Man, what a story, Blizzard gaped. This Noland was quite the adventurer, Brook chimed in. Yo ho 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 ho. Ow, Frankie exclaimed. A super adventurer if I heard one. Wish I could have met the guy, sure sounded manly. All right, Noland, Aika and Kumi both exclaimed while pumping their fists, or paw in Kumi's case, in the air. Here, Cricket said as he placed several golden bell-shaped ingots on the floor in front of him, one of which past Nami immediately hugged. Feast your eyes on these. Wow, past Nami exclaimed with berry signs in her eyes. A bell made of pure gold. It looks kind of puny, huh? Asked past Usopp. Ha, laughed Cricket. I didn't say it was the actually golden bell. This is just an ingot. I found 3 of them on the ocean floor. Then that means that the city of gold does exist, right? Past Luffy asked. Nah, not really, answered Shoju. Just because we found gold down there, it doesn't really prove it existed. An amount this small could come up, just about anywhere. What's an ingot? Asked past Chopper as he inspected the small bells. Even so, past Robin began. It does indeed prove that there was a civilization here, long ago, doesn't it? She then glanced at past Chopper. And to answer your question, ship's doctor, ingots are created as a weight standard. It's used for training. There's also that strange bird that was mentioned in the passage, said Cricket. Masira, bring it out. Got it, boss, Masira replied as he put down another gold statue, this one depicting a strange bird with a square crest and a large beak. Whoa, there's more? Past Usopp questioned. That's a big one, past Zoro pointed out. This is the last one, said Cricket. Not really much to show for 10 years of diving, eh? Ha. What's he talking about? Frankie questioned. That's a super impressive haul, if you ask me. Just wait until we get to Skypia, Nami replied. It'll really knock your socks off. It's beautiful, past Nami exclaimed. What is that, a penguin or something? Asked past Luffy. Bells of pure gold and a bird, past Sanji mused. Perhaps those were the ancient symbols of Jaya, 400 years ago, wouldn't you say, old man? Can't really say for sure, answered Cricket as he blew a puff of smoke. I think it might have been part of some statue. You see, this here is called a south bird. They're indigenous to this island. Does it have a weird call? Asked past Luffy. Sure does, Cricket answered. Just like how it was mentioned in Nolan's log. Speaking of the south bird, Masira began. Old sailors would speak of it. Suddenly, he trailed off. And a look of shock and horror overcame his, Shoju's, and Cricket's faces. Crap, they all cursed, causing everything to come to a halt. Hey, what's going on? Past Usopp asked. This is bad, Cricket shouted. You kids have gotta go into the jute now. What do you mean, Diamond Head Pops? Asked past Luffy. What's gotten into him, all of a sudden? Asked Brook. You'll see, Sanji replied. Listen to me, Cricket urged as he pointed to the statue of the bird. You gotta find one of these birds, on the double. How come? Past Usopp questioned. Why do we need a bird, anyway? Asked past Sanji. Listen very carefully, Cricket answered. The knock-up stream is located directly south of here, but just how do you plan on getting there? We'll just go straight, plain and simple, past Luffy answered. This is the Grand Line, you idiot, Cricket barked. Once you're out at sea, how will you know where we're going? That's right, past Nami cried. The log post can only guide us to the next island. It's useless when it comes to finding a part of the sea. And regular compasses don't work out here. So how will we know if we're heading south? That's why you need to find a south bird, Cricket answered. You see, some animals have an innate sense of direction. Oh, yeah, past Nami answered. I've heard of that. Some of them have a homing instinct, like pigeons and salmon. Ha 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 ha. Past Luffy laughed. That makes Zoro dumber than an animal. Like you have room to talk, past Zoro spat. He's not wrong, Mosshead, Sanji smirked. If you ask me, you've gotten worse. Why don't you come closer and say that, Dartboard? Zoro questioned as he drew his swords. The south bird is the best of them all, Cricket explained. No matter where it is on land or sea, its instincts always show it the right direction, which is why you have to go out and find one, or else you'll never find the Sky Island. The past Straw Hats questioned. Why didn't you say sooner, old man? Past Usopp asked. It's the middle of the night, past Nami shouted. You really expect us to go out there into the jungle, right now? Quit your bellyaching, Cricket barked. This is no time for arguments, listen, we'll get your ship ready to go. We should have been doing that instead of wasting our time, partying like fools. Don't you think it's a bit late to be saying that? Past Zoro questioned before the memory faded to black, once more. You guys were sure in a hurry, said Aika. We had to, Nami answered. The knock-up stream was going to show up at exactly noon the next day, so we had only a few hours to find it. What is this? Knock-up stream? Brook asked. It's a current of water that shoots way up into the sky, Nami answered. That's how we got to the Sky Island. And believe it or not, that's also how the City of Gold ended up in the sky. Wait, say what? Frankie questioned. We'll explain later, Robin answered. The point was we had to find the south bird before sunrise, or else we'd have missed our chance. Well, that sounds easy enough, said Blizzard. Yeah, sounds easy, Sanji snarled. Truth is, that bird was really crafty. Yeah, he kept chasing us with giant bugs and dropping beehives on us, Usopp added. Made damn fools of us. Zoro grumbled. Thankfully, Robin managed to catch it, Nami said. It was easy, once I could see what we were supposed to grab, Robin replied. Soon, the memory returned, again. Only this time, the past Straw Hats all gaped in horror at the sight in front of them. Cricket, Masira, and Shoju were all lying on the ground, battered and bloodied, Cricket's house completely in shambles. And the Going Merry, her stern ripped off the foundation. Good lord, Brook cried. What the hell happened here? Frankie questioned. Bellamy and his goons happened, that's what, Zoro answered, bitterly. While we were looking for the south bird, Nami began, they came and beat up Cricket, Masira, and Shoju and trashed our ship. And that's not all. Huh? Aika asked, worriedly. Hey, Diamond Head Pops. Past Luffy cried as he kneeled beside him. What happened? Are you okay? Straw Hat. Cricket groaned while coughing up blood. We're sorry. We couldn't stop them. But there's still time. We'll fix up your ship and… Never mind that. Past Luffy shouted. What the hell happened to you guys? It doesn't matter, said Cricket as he sat up. So, you kids got the South Bird, right? Good. Luffy. Past Nami cried as she ran out of the house. Old man Cricket's gold, it's gone. Past Luffy and the others tensed as they heard this. Even past Robin seemed a little stunned. They stole Mr. Cricket's gold? Aika questioned. But that's not fair. Kumi shouted. He earned that gold, fair and square. They didn't care, Chopper answered. They were just a bunch of bullies who walked all over anybody they thought was weaker than them. Yeah, they stole it, Cricket confirmed. But, it doesn't matter. Just forget about them, you have to. What do you mean, forget about them? Past Usopp questioned. You worked 10 years to find that gold, you almost killed yourself over it. I said it doesn't matter, Cricket shouted. Look, what happened between them and us is our problem, not yours. If the entire Sarayama Alliance works together and prepare your ship, you can still make it. We'll have ready for you by morning. You people should hurry and get ready to set sail. You guys are going to the Sky Island if it kills me. The Straw Hats, both past and present, all stared in disbelief at the old man. He was really determined to get you all up there, wasn't he? Brook asked. Yeah, he was, Usopp answered. Sadly, he didn't care about what happened to his gold. He just wanted to help us. Old man. Past Usopp whispered. Hey, Luffy, past Zoro called, causing past Luffy to turn to the swordsman, who pointed at a familiar mark on the wall. A crossed-out smiley face. That's Bellamy's mark, past Nami cried. Past Luffy glared at the mark, then glanced at past Zoro, who quietly nodded his head. You need some help? He asked. Nah, past Luffy answered. I can handle those chumps. Wait a minute, Luffy, past Nami shouted. You're not serious, are you? We have to set sail in 3 hours. Robin, past Luffy called to the archaeologist. If I just follow the coast, I'll end up in town, right? That's right, past Robin nodded. Good, past Luffy replied before he turned and walked away. Wait a minute, kid, called Cricket. Where do you think you're going? Don't do anything stupid. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. He stopped when past Zoro held out Wado Ichimonji in front of him. If you want to stop him, past Zoro began, then you'll have to use this. Don't worry about me, you guys, said past Luffy as he cracked his knuckles. I'll be back in the morning. And with that, he took off running down the shoreline. Luffy was determined to get that gold back, huh? Asked Blizzard. Old man Cricket worked hard for it, said Sanji. Luffy wasn't going to let Bellamy take it away from him. And besides, if the old-timer tried to take it back himself, he'd more than likely die before he could. Because he was sick? Aika asked. Yeah, Chopper answered. That's why Bellamy and his crew beat him up while they had the chance. Those damn cowards. Frankie cursed as he clenched his fists. Makes me sick just thinking about it. This is not the pirating way, Brook agreed with a bitter scowl on his face. Soon, the memories reappeared again, this time showing past Luffy standing on a rooftop in Mock Town. The Straw Hats could see the bitterness and ferocity in his eyes. And it was then that they knew that he was beyond pissed. Down below, they could hear Bellamy and his men laughing in the tavern from earlier. That's when past Luffy took in a deep breath. And then yelled at the very top of his lungs. Bellamy, where or why are you? The way he shouted. The very memory itself seemed to shake for just a moment. Then, after a moment more, Bellamy soon came outside, wearing that same smug grin. Well, Bellamy said. We were just talking about you, Straw Hat. What do you want? Diamond T. Luffy answered. Give it back, gold? Asked Bellamy. You mean old man Cricket's gold? Suddenly, he crouched down, causing his legs to turn into springs, which caused him to jump high up into the air. Goodness, Brook exclaimed. He has devil fruit powers. Yeah, Zoro answered. The boing boing fruit. Eating it turned his legs into springs and gives him twice as much jumping power than your average man. Why should I give it back? Bellamy asked. I stole that gold, fair and square as a real pirate would. Real pirates don't steal from old men, Aika shouted. Yeah, you phony, Frankie yelled. You might be a pirate, too, Bellamy began, but you're in no position to making demands, Straw Hat. Yes, I am, past Luffy answered. Those guys are my friends. I'm taking their gold back and you won't stop me. Ha 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 ha, Bellamy cackled. Such a stupid claim. Can you even fight? Do you even know how to throw a punch? What can a weakling like you do to me? Past Luffy only scowled at him, causing Bellamy to smirk. Ah, he said, mockingly. Did I hurt your feelings? Do you want me to call your mommy? My mom's dead, past Luffy answered, but she loved me a hell of a lot more than yours ever did. Hearing that caused Bellamy to tense up while the Straw Hats snickered. He's got him pegged, I guess, Sanji smirked. Damn, Luffy can be cold, sometimes, Frankie added. Nothing but a lot of talk, Bellamy hissed. You really are a coward, Straw Hat. You didn't even try to fight back, earlier. Just stood there like a deer in headlights. That time was different, past Luffy replied, causing Bellamy to laugh, once again. What's so different? He questioned before he squat down, again, his legs turning into springs. This time. I'll be sure to teach you a lesson that you won't live to forget. With that, he jumped off the roof of the tower, causing the roof to end up crumbling from the force while past Luffy hung on tight. Spring snipe, Bellamy yelled as he shot himself toward past Luffy, who noticed him in the blink of an eye. Big brother, look out! Ika cried, and as if he heard her warning, past Luffy jumped off the crumbling tower roof before anyone could so much as blink, sending Bellamy's goons scattering as he landed on the pier. After a moment, he stood up and dusted off his pants, then glared up at Bellamy, who smirked. This should end it, he said before he jumped off another building, Spring Hopper. Soon, Bellamy started bouncing around the buildings, gaining so much momentum that he was barely seen to the naked eye. Damn, he's fast, Frankie exclaimed as he raised his sunglasses. Wait a minute. This is almost like, Blizzard whispered. You're their friend, you say? Bellamy questioned as he kept bouncing around, ricocheting off the walls. Come to think of it, you're a lot like the old man and his two monkey pals. Ha 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 ha. You may call yourselves pirates, but you know nothing. There is no city of gold, no island in the sky, just oceans and ships and the men who sail them. A pause, before past Luffy slowly raised his right hand. You asked me if I could throw a punch, he said in an almost sinister voice as his knuckles popped. Do it, Zoro whispered. Show him what you mean, Luffy, Usopp said with a serious glare. So long, Straw Hat, Bellamy shouted as he flew toward past Luffy, who roared as he reeled his fist back. Fuck you, he yelled before he threw his fist down, and just like that, Bellamy's face met the floor. A huge, fist-shaped bruise in his jaw as he coughed up blood. Yes, Ika cheered. He got him, Chopper exclaimed. Woohoo. Way to go, Luffy, Kumi hollered before she howled to the sky. Ha ha. Did you see that? Frankie laughed. Pow, right in the kisser. Yo ho 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 ho, Brook chortled. Masterfully done. That's the way to do it, Luffy. About time someone shut him up, Sanji smirked. Thank God, Nami agreed. Zoro chuckled, smirking proudly at his captain. He knew the moment he saw that look in Luffy's eyes that he was about to get serious. Bellamy may have humiliated him, once, but there was no way Luffy was ever going to take him beating up Cricket lying down. In the end, Bellamy was the true coward. By now, Sarquis stood nearby, yelling at Bellamy to get up and stop joking around. But he just lied there, limp and motionless while past Luffy's fist was dripping with blood. That's when this particular piece of paper came flying at Sarquis and landed on his face, and as he pulled it away, he gasped in horror. It was past Luffy's bounty of 100 million berries. As the Bellamy pirates gaped, horrified, past Luffy soon turned to them. Old man Cricket's gold, he said. Bring it out here, now. H. The Bellamy pirates screamed before they all turned tail and ran like the devil himself was after them. Bellamy's been beaten. The Straw Hats, meanwhile, just laughed at their cowardice. What a bunch of wusses, Frankie shouted. Yeah, look at them run, Blizzard added. That'll teach you, Ika shouted. You big. Big buttheads, Zoro whispered. Yeah, big buttheads, Ika yelled. Thanks, Zoro. Zoro, don't go teaching her that, please, Robin chided. Oh, come on, it's not like it's a real curse, Zoro said. After a while, past Luffy was seen cheerily walking out of the tavern, carrying a large bag on his shoulders. She, he laughed. I got the gold, it wasn't too hard to find, they practically just left it out in the open like that. Just as he was about to turn and leave town. Hey, where do you think you're going, Straw Hat? That yell came from Sarquis, who is being held by several other members of Bellamy's crew. Don't you dare walk away from me, Sarquis yelled. No pretend pirate is gonna beat the likes of us. Hey, did you hear me, Straw Hat? Just where the hell are you going? Past Luffy soon stopped in his tracks, and then he raised his fist once again. Where am I going? He asked, which caused Sarquis to yelp as he fell down right on his butt. And the Straw Hats could see a puddle forming where he sat. Up there, past Luffy answered as he pointed up to the sky, and with that being said, the memory faded to black once more. That was so awesome, Ika exclaimed. I'd expect no less from Big Brother. That Bellamy didn't know what hit him, Frankie grinned, literally. About time someone shut his smart mouth up, Sanji added. Seriously, I was getting so sick and tired of hearing him talk. You don't think Bellamy is dead, though, right? Asked Chopper, worriedly. Nah, Zoro replied. Luffy's no killer. If he wanted to kill Bellamy for real, he'd actually keep wailing on him until he was nothing but mincemeat. Makes me glad he's on our side, then, Usopp muttered. Seriously, I don't even want to think about what would happen if he was the enemy. Neither do I, Nami said with an unpleasant shudder. They seriously freaked out when they saw Luffy's bounty, though, Kumi said. Is it true what they say? The higher your bounty, the stronger you are. No wonder Luffy won, then. Well, not really, Blizzard replied. A high bounty doesn't really signify your strength. It only shows how much of a threat the world government thinks you are. Luffy won against Bellamy because he had a reason to fight, this time. Oh, Kumi realized. So that's why. Soon, the memories began to return again. This time, it showed the Going Merry. Outfitted with wings and a rooster's comb, and even a waddle. Why's the Merry dressed like a chicken? Asked Frankie. So that she could fly, Usopp answered. Hey, wait a second, Ika exclaimed. But chickens can't fly. No, but I think roosters fly, don't they? Brook asked. A pigeon still would have been better, Zoro pointed out. Oh, God, here we go. Nami bemoaned. Hey, hold on a second, Blizzard said as he saw the blue sky. It's daylight. Shouldn't you guys have left, already? Well, we would have left earlier, Usopp began, but Luffy was late because, he. Hey, guys, past Luffy called as he ran up to the rest of the past Straw Hats. I'm back, and look what I got. He then held up a Hercules beetle. Check it out, it's a Hercules. A bug? Past Usopp and past Nami questioned. Oh, that's why, Blizzard deadpanned. You mean he almost botched your chances to go to the Sky Island because he was looking for a bug? Frankie questioned. Pretty much. Sanji groaned. I don't know why boys like beetles so much, Ika said. I prefer butterflies. That's because you are a butterfly, Ika, Nami said as she gently ruffled her hair, causing her to giggle. Whoa, past Luffy exclaimed as he saw the Going Merry. That's so cool. Hey, you like her? Past Usopp asked. Meet the Going Merry. Flying edition. You mean she'll really fly? Past Luffy asked, excitedly. Chickens can't fly, Frankie shouted. Let it go, Frankie, Nami muttered. A pigeon would have been better, said past Zoro. What does that have to do with anything, stupid? Past Nami questioned. All right. Anyone who's ready to sail, say aye, past Usopp cheered. Aye, past Chopper hollered, along with the rest of the Sarayama alliance. Oh, right, before I forget, past Luffy said as he put down the bag of gold in front of Cricket, who was covered in bandages but looked a little better than he did before. Here's your gold back, Diamond Head Pops. Cricket stared at past Luffy before he took a drag from his cigarette and puffed out smoke. Idiot. Do you want to miss your chance to go up to the sky? He then put the cigarette out and threw it into an ashtray, which already had a pile of burnt out cigarettes in it. She, past Luffy laughed. Thanks for fixing Mary for us. Just get on board, kid, Cricket said. Sheesh. The least the old man could have done was said thanks, Frankie groused. What an ingrate. I don't think Luffy was really looking for a thank you, said Nami. She's right, Zoro concurred. Luffy only did what he did because he considered the old man a friend. That's all there is to it. If you're gonna thank anyone, thank them, Cricket said as he pointed his thumb at Masira and Shoju. Thanks, monkey guys, past Luffy exclaimed as he held up the Hercules beetle. Here, you can have my beetle if you want it. Whoa, really? Asked Shoju. Gee, thanks, pal, Masira exclaimed. Anyway, get on board your ship, and make it snappy, you're running out of time. We'll lead you to the location, Shoju added, just follow us. Come on, Luffy, let's go, past Usopp called, already about the Mary. Here I come, past Luffy answered as he rushed to join them. However, he took one quick glance at Cricket, who put a hand on his gold. The Straw Hats couldn't see his expression due to his back being turned. But they could tell that the retired pirate truly was grateful to their captain for getting his gold back. Sarayama Alliance, Cricket exclaimed. Don't mess this up, you hear me? No matter what happens, give everything you've got for these guys. Aye aye. The Sarayama Alliance cheered, causing past Luffy to smile as he hopped on board the Mary. All right, he said. Let's get a move on. You heard him, past Nami exclaimed. Set the sails. You got it, past Usopp cheered. Aye aye, Nami dear, past Sanji shouted. Hey, kid, Cricket called to past Luffy, who turned to him, once more. It looks like this is where we say goodbye. But let me just tell you one more thing before you go. One thing that I'm certain of. Huh? Past Luffy muttered. No one has ever really proved that the City of Gold or the Sky Island doesn't exist, Cricket declared. People might laugh at you and say they're nothing but fairy tales. But I say let 'em laugh. He then threw his hands into the sky. That's what makes it such a grand adventure. Past Luffy smiled, as did both the past and present Straw Hats as they watched the inspiring scene. A grand adventure, past Luffy repeated with all the enthusiasm he could muster. That's right, boy, Cricket replied. So, thanks for bringing my gold back. Just don't fall out of the sky, you hear me? She. Past Luffy laughed. Sure thing, Diamond Head Pops. With that said, the Going Merry sailed off after Masira and Shoju's ships, heading toward the location of the next knock-up stream, just as the memory faded to black, once again. Such an inspiring speech. Brook whispered. A grand adventure. Aika repeated with a whimsical smile. That's what we're on, right? Always, Aika, Sanji replied. I can see why Cricket liked Luffy so much, Robin answered. He's a romantic, just like him. A romantic? Asked Aika. What makes you say that? There are kinds of romance in the world, kiddo, Frankie began, and for people like your brother and old man Cricket, they seek the romance of adventure. That's why they take to these seas. Huh? Aika muttered. I never even considered that, Kumi replied. You guys are still pretty young and new to the pirating thing, said Blizzard. You'll understand when you guys have your own pirate crew. I wonder if old man Cricket is still okay, Chopper said. I hope he's been taking his medicine regularly. Soon, the memory shifted. Only now, the sky had gotten dark. Not just that, but there was a humongous whirlpool right next to them. What's happening? Aika asked, nervously. Why is the sky so dark all of a sudden? Yeah, and what's with that whirlpool? Kumi questioned. It's way too huge. The sky is dark because of those clouds that old man Cricket mentioned, Sanji answered, and as for that whirlpool, it's the start of the knock-up stream. You mean? Brook asked in excitement. That's right, Nami answered. In just a few more minutes, we'll be heading to the Sky Island, Brook. Well, it's about damn time, Frankie exclaimed. Luffy, quick, past Usopp shouted as he ran up to past Luffy, who stared out at the huge whirlpool. We gotta get out of here while we still can. That whirlpool's gonna swallow us up in no time. The Sky Island is nothing but a dream within a dream. A dream within a dream, past Luffy repeated. I think Usopp's right about this, Luffy, past Nami cried. Maybe we are in over our here. A pause. But then, past Luffy turned to face his crew with a broad, almost impish grin on his face. A dream within a dream. It sounds like a great adventure, right? He asked. If we don't go, we'll regret it forever. She. Past Usopp and past Nami both looked like they wanted to die at that moment while past Chopper smiled, sharing in his captain's enthusiasm. You guys didn't seem all that excited about going into the sky, said Blizzard. Well, sometimes rationality overwhelms the urge for adventure, huh? Nami asked, sheepishly. Hey, past Zoro called. When you guys are finished whining, come and look at this. It was at that moment that the past Straw Hats found themselves about to fall right into the whirlpool's vortex, causing them to scream. Well, mostly past Nami, past Usopp, and past Chopper. We're gonna get swallowed up, past Nami cried. Don't fear, Nami, past Sanji exclaimed. I'll hold you. We're gonna fall, cried past Usopp. But then, all of a sudden, the whirlpool stopped swirling, causing the Going Merry to fall on a flat surface of water. Huh? The past Straw Hats muttered. Wait, what happened? Asked Aika. Why did it stop? Brook asked. Where's the whirlpool? Wait for it. Nami advised. Hey, what happened? Past Luffy questioned. Where's the whirlpool gone? We were just about to get sucked into the drink, past Usopp added. What the hell is going on here? No, wait. Past Nami whispered as she looked over the railing, and she could see what looked like bubbles beginning to form, causing her to gasp. Oh, my god, it's starting. What? Past Usopp questioned. What do you mean, it's starting? You mean we're about to shoot up into the sky? Asked past Luffy, excitedly. Hold it, right there, huh? The past Straw Hats asked as they turned around. Oh, what now? Frankie questioned. How many interruptions are there gonna be? Wait a second, Aika said. That sounded like. Past Luffy, also sensing this strange presence, gasped quietly as he realized who it was. Hey, Zoro, he called, getting the swordsman's attention. Look who's here. It was then that the past Straw Hats, as well as the present-day members, saw a huge wooden raft that held a flag with 3 scowling skulls and 4 crossbones, and on it was none other than Blackbeard, as well as Doc Q, and someone else that Aika could recognize. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, Blackbeard laughed. We finally caught up with you, Straw Hat Luffy. Hey, she shouted as she pointed at the familiar figure that was wearing a wrestler's mask. It's the burger guy. Jesus Burgess, Robin said. Also known as Champion, he's the 1st Division commander of the Blackbeard pirate fleet. Oh, yeah, I remember that guy, said Kumi. He got Luffy all mad that one time in the Corrida Coliseum back in Dressrosa. And he tried to kill Luffy during his fight with Doflamingo, Blizzard pointed out. If Sabo hadn't shown up when he did, Luffy would have long dead by now. It's that guy from Mocktown, past Nami cried. Who's that? Asked past Sanji. Give yourself up, now, Blackbeard shouted. We'll be taking that 100 million on your head. Who are those guys? Asked Shoju. Are they friends with Straw Hat? I dunno, but they sure are noisy, said Masira. I think you're mistaken, past Luffy called. My bounty is 30 million, not 100 million. Don't try to play dumb with me, Blackbeard yelled as he held up both past Luffy and past Zoro's wanted posters. See, Straw Hat Luffy, wanted dead or alive for 100 million berries, and Pirate Hunter Zoro, wanted for 60 million. Hey, Luffy, he's right, past Usopp exclaimed while holding binoculars. Your wanted poster's been updated, and you got one, too. Zoro, congrats on your new bounty. Hey, Usopp, wait a minute, past Sanji urged as he grabbed the sniper. Do you see one of me? No, past Usopp answered. Look closer, past Sanji urged, again. Nothing, past Usopp answered. It seems your bounties went way up after the Alabasta incident, past Nami deduced, but 100 million? This is awesome. Past Luffy cheered. You hear that, Zoro? My bounty went up, big time. 60 million's not too bad, either, past Zoro boasted. That's not a good thing, past Nami yelled. Wow, Zoro. Your bounty was twice as Big Brother's when he started out, Aika exclaimed, causing Zoro to smirk. Well, 60 million is pretty impressive, isn't it? He asked. Not bad, bro, Frankie exclaimed. You were really making a mark in the world. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. As expected of you, Mr. Zoro. HMPH, Sanji harumphed. 60 million's not that great. You're just jealous because yours didn't show up at that time, said Zoro. Now, boys. Robin chided. Hey, Sanji, said Aika. What was your first bounty, anyway? Yeah, and what did your poster look like? Asked Kumi, causing Sanji to freeze. Actually, I don't want to talk about that, the cook muttered. Hey, you guys, Shoju shouted, pay attention. Huh? The past Straw Hats muttered. Get ready, Shoju called. The knock-up stream is about to start. Suddenly, the sea began to churn and rumble. And it looked like a massive bubble began to form right underneath the Going Merry. What's going on? Frankie asked. Get ready for this, Nami grinned. Quick, everyone grab onto something, past Sanji shouted. Waaaah, past Usopp screamed, the sea's gonna blow. Suddenly, a massive jet of water exploded beneath them, sending them flying high into the sky. Whoaaah. They all screamed as the Merry was being carried up by the huge eruption of water. Holy hell! Frankie yelled. That's the knock-up stream, Brooke questioned. How terrifying. Now you know how we felt, Usopp shouted. That thing's huge, Ika exclaimed. You guys really rode on that thing? Asked Blizzard. Yeah, we did, Chopper answered. It was really scary. The ship's actually sailing up the knock-up stream, cried past Nami. Yeehaw, past Luffy cheered as he held onto Mary's comb. This is awesome, we're going to the sky, you guys. Hold it, Luffy, past Sanji shouted. I don't think it's that simple, I think we're forgetting something. What do you mean? Past Usopp asked, worriedly. What did we forget? Asked past Luffy. Oh, shit. Past Sanji cursed. We're starting to float. It was soon revealed that the Going Merry was beginning to float. And by float, it meant that she was actually beginning to tilt backwards, back toward the sea below. Ah, he's right, past Usopp screamed. If we fall down, now, we're all sunk, past Sanji shouted. What? Past Luffy questioned. Then what do we do? Hold on tight. That's all we can do, shouted past Sanji. Guys, past Chopper called as he pointed up. And that's when the past Straw Hats and present Straw Hats saw a huge sea king with yellow and purple skin falling from the sky. Ah! It's the same sea king from earlier, past Usopp shrieked. The one that got swallowed up by the whirlpool. And it's only a matter of time before we fall, too, past Sanji shouted. That thing was powerful to send a sea king flying? Asked Frankie. Good heavens! Brooke cried. While the others were panicking and yelling at each other about what to do, past Nami seemed surprisingly calm about all this. Guys, she shouted. Hoist the sails. What? Past Zoro questioned. This isn't just some wall of water. It's the ocean, past Nami explained. We can still sail on it, just like we would on any current. The heat from the steam and the explosion have created a huge blast of warm air. She then gave a confident grin. If we're just going up against the sea and wind, we can definitely navigate through this. Trust me, I'm the ship's navigator, right? The Straw Hats, both past and present, all smiled at past Nami, and as usual, past Sanji was giving his over-the-top praise. Way to go, Nami, he shouted. All right guys, you heard Nami, past Luff sails. Right, the others shouted as they began to get to work. Big sis, you're amazing, Ika exclaimed. As expected of you, Miss Nami, well done, Brooke added. Unusual phenomena may frighten me now and then, Nami began, but when it comes to navigation, there's no one who knows more about the sea than I do. After all, Luffy chose me personally. He'd have nothing less than the best on his crew. Not to mention as his future wife, Sanji quipped. That, too, Sanji, Nami smiled. Thank you. As past Nami gave out orders, the Going Merry looked as if she were about to fall. But then, just as the navigator had predicted, the sails caught on the wind, causing the little caravel ship to not fall, but fly towards the clouds. Woohoo! Past Luffy hollered, we're flying. No way. Past Usopp whispered in shock and awe. We're actually doing it, we're really flying. Amazing. Past Chopper exclaimed. We actually did it, past Nami whispered in relief. Hey. Well, I'll be damned, past Zoro smirked. Well done, Nami dear, past Sanji swooned while past Robin just silently smiled. I love you so much. Past Luffy seemed to glare at past Sanji for that one, but decided to put it aside for now. With this wind and the air current, past Nami began, we'll make it all the top like this. Are we there yet, Nami? Past Luffy asked. Are we really going to the Sky Island? If there really is such a place, past Nami began, then it'll be right above the clouds. Above the clouds, huh? Past Luffy asked before he looked, just as they were nearing said clouds. I can't wait. I wonder what's up there. He grinned before he pumped his arms into the air. Let's go, guys, straight up through the clouds. Aye aye. The past Straw Hats shouted, just as the memory faded to black around them. So, this is it, then? Brook asked, trembling with excitement. Will we finally see it? The Sky Island? Oh, we are, Nami smiled. Yay, Aika cheered. I can't wait. Of course. We have a bit of a ways to go before we see the actual island, Nami pointed out. Huh? Aika asked in disappointment. You mean there's still more to see? Brook questioned in disbelief. Sorry to disappoint you, Robin said. What you saw was us taking the knock upstream. It doesn't take us directly to Skypia. So, where did it take you guys? Asked Blizzard, but he soon got his answer when the memory soon reappeared. Showing the going Mary with her wings broken off, but she was nonetheless unscathed. Or so it seemed, anyway. Wow! Aika exclaimed. Mary's still in one piece, except her wings broke. Wow, what a ship, Kumi added. She went through that with hardly a scratch. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. Little Lamb surely is a miracle ship, isn't she? Yeah, she was, Usopp muttered, grimly as he began to remember just how badly the Mary was truly damaged. What's wrong with you, Usopp? Blizzard asked. It's just, well, Usopp started. Actually, forget it. You'll figure out later, anyway. It's better if you see for yourself. Huh? Aika muttered as she and Kumi glanced at each other while Brook also seemed a bit confused. But the Straw Hats who had been present during this memory, and especially Frankie, knew why Usopp suddenly grew so somber. They knew just how badly the Going Merry had been damaged. Brook was right about how the little caravel managed to stay afloat for so long. But they knew that fairly soon, they'd be seeing the inevitable. On the Mary, the past Straw Hats were all strewn about, panting heavily and soaking wet. Past Usopp actually looked barely alive, mostly due to the fact that he hit his head on something and got knocked out, however. Hey, past Zoro spoke up. Is everybody all right? We didn't lose anyone, did we? All he got in response was everyone panting and coughing, but he took that as an okay. He actually preferred that instead of silence. Hey, you guys. Past Luffy called. Come and look where we are. Everyone, minus past Usopp, due to him still being knocked out, went up to the bow and gasped upon seeing that they were sailing in a literal sea of clouds. What is this? Past Sanji questioned. It's all pure white. I know, right? Past Luffy asked. Are these clouds? Past Chopper asked, excitedly. Okay, it's official, said Blizzard in awe. I've seen everything. Remarkable. Brook gasped. It's an actual sea made of clouds. What a super view. Frankie exclaimed. So cool, Aika cheered as she and Kumi stared in wonder. It's like Jack and the Beanstalk, except there's no beanstalk. Makes me wish I was actually there, Kumi added. We're actually sailing on the clouds? Past Nami questioned in shock. But how is that possible? Well, duh, past Luffy answered. Clouds float and so do ships, so it works out, right? That's not how it works. Past Zoro, past Sanji, and past Chopper deadpanned. Oh, are you sure? Past Luffy asked. Aw, past Chopper shrieked as he finally noticed the unconscious past Usopp. Usopp's not breathing. What? Past Luffy questioned. Well, don't just stand there, do something, give him to mouth. Right, past Sanji declared. I'll give it to Nami. You moron. Past Zoro groused. I was really that bad back then, huh? Sanji asked, slightly embarrassed. Yeah, you were, Nami muttered. Not even gonna sugarcoat it, Usopp added. Soon, past Usopp had woken up and was all in a big panic, as per usual, asking if he was dead or if he was having some kind of dream. Apparently, after going through the shock of riding up the knock-up stream, he still couldn't believe that everyone was still alive. Where are we, anyway? Past Usopp asked. It looks like, past Nami began, an ocean in the sky. What? Past Usopp questioned as he went to go look for himself. You gotta be kidding. If I were Usopp, then I'd tell you, past Nami said before she looked down at her log pose and gasped as she saw that the needle was still pointing up. But the log pose's needle, it's still pointing upward. If that's the case, past Robin began, then we must be in the middle level of the Emperor Cloud. You mean we have to go even higher? Asked past Chopper. How do we do that? I don't see how you could, said Frankie. All I see are clouds, clouds, and more clouds. There's no way you could have gone any higher than that, could you? Asked Blizzard. Oh, but we did, Sanji answered. So you're saying that the Sky Island is actually somewhere right above you? Asked Brook. But how? We sailed up there using a river of clouds, said Zoro. Let me tell ya, not a fun ride. Hey, Usopp, past Luffy exclaimed, causing the others to look at the memory and see that past Usopp had stripped himself topless, wearing his overalls around his waist. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Past Usopp laughed. Here I go, Cloud Ocean swimming champ Usopp. Soon, past Luffy and past Chopper were cheering and whistling for the sniper while the others blinked in confusion. Usopp, what were you doing? Asked Kumi. Not thinking, at all. Usopp bemoaned. Sheesh, hard to believe how scrawny you looked. Back then, Frankie added as he got a good look at past Usopp's bare torso. You looked like a string bean. She, Ika giggled. String bean Usopp. Hey, don't rub it in, Usopp spat. Hey, I wouldn't be doing that if I were you, Usopp, past Sanji warned. We don't know anything about this place, yet. Watch me, past Usopp exclaimed as he dove into the clouds. No fair. Past Luffy pouted. I wished I could swim like that, too. Yeah, I bet it's the funnest thing ever, past Chopper added. How did it feel, Usopp? Brook asked. You know, swimming through the clouds. Well, it almost felt like I was flying more than swimming, Usopp admitted. Of course, I couldn't really see where I was going, even with my goggles on, but I could move so freely. Well, it would make sense that the cloud sea wasn't as dense as the bluer. That's true, Usopp concurred. After a while, though, past Usopp wasn't surfacing. Hey, Frankie said. How come you were taking so long? Yeah, where'd you go? Asked Blizzard. About that, Usopp said, sheepishly. You know, past Robin spoke up, it occurs to me that maybe this sea doesn't actually have a bottom. The past Straw Hats questioned. That idiot, past Zoro shouted. Did he seriously just fall through the clouds? Hang on, Usopp, past Luffy cried as he stretched his arm down into the cloud sea. Captain, stretch your arm down as far as you can, past Robin said. I am, but I don't see him, past Luffy cried, worriedly. Leave that to me, said past Robin as she crossed her arms and closed her eyes, trying to concentrate. You seriously fell through the bottom? Frankie questioned. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking at all. Usopp muttered. We usually leave not thinking to Luffy, Zoro added. We don't need you doing it, too, please. Suddenly, past Luffy let out a surprised gasp. I think I got him. Quickly, pull him up, past Robin said, and it wasn't long before past Luffy began to retract his arm, but it seemed to be taking a little longer than normal and it looked like he was straining to reel him in. What's wrong, Luffy? Past Chopper asked. Is he too heavy or something? That's not it. Past Luffy answered, but then, past Usopp popped out of the cloud sea with several of past Robin's arms wrapped around him. You've got him, past Nami exclaimed. Quick, reel him in. However, not long after she said, something else emerged after the sniper, and it was soon revealed to be a gigantic, serpent-like monster, and following that was a humongous octopus. Wah! Past Nami, past Chopper, and even Brook, Ika, and Kumi shrieked. Monsters, Brook yelled. What are those things? Kumi questioned. Sea kings? In the sky? Blizzard asked. Scary, Ika cried. Hey, past Zoro grinned. They're not that scary. He soon jumped up and slashed at one of the octopus's tentacles. But when his blades even so much as poked the creature's appendage, it suddenly burst open and the octopus started to deflate, like it was a big balloon. Huh? Frankie questioned. What the hell just happened? It popped, Brook exclaimed. As for past Luffy and past Sanji, they had also taken care of the other creature. But for some reason, the monster trio seemed to be a little out of breath. Hey, are you guys okay? Asked Ika. How come you guys looked so out of breath, already? Yeah, those monsters weren't that tough, were they? Blizzard asked. It's not that, Sanji answered. That'll be explained shortly. Geez. What strange creatures, said past Sanji as he looked down at the serpent creature that he and past Luffy took down together. I'm not even sure if it's really a fish. That giant octopus was like a big balloon, said past Chopper. Yeah, but it was able to move around, past Nami pointed out. It had to be real. To think that creatures actually live among this sea of clouds, said past Robin. This really is an ocean. What's with this flat snake thing, anyway? Asked past Luffy. Maybe it's a flounder, past Sanji mused, but then past Usopp, who had passed out from his earlier foray into the cloud sea, suddenly woke up screaming and writhing around. What's the matter, now? There's something in my pants, past Usopp cried as he pulled a flat-looking fish with blue scales that looked a bit like feathers. It wriggled about in his grasp before he finally dropped it and collapsed on the deck, to past Chopper's worry as he ran to get a look at him. Sheesh. You've had some really bad luck in this place, eh, Usopp? Frankie asked, just as past Robin mused the same thing. Don't get me started, Usopp grumbled. Look at this, past Robin said as she held up the fish. Wouldn't you call this a skyfish? The kind Noland mentioned in his log. In order to survive in a bottomless ocean such as this, they must have evolved differently from their aquatic cousins. So you're saying that they could inflate themselves like balloons or turn flat in order to float better, past Zoro mused. Their bodies are airfoils, past Robin said as past Luffy came up and grabbed the skyfish out of her hands, then ran off with it. Think about it. These clouds are far less buoyant than the water below us. Not to mention that their scales look more like bird feathers, past Nami added, and they sharpened their teeth, too. That's when past Luffy came up, holding a plate of the skyfish that past Sanji had just gotten through cooking, and he was exclaiming about how good it tasted. After past Nami got through yelling at him, she took a bite herself and actually agreed with his sentiments. Past Luffy even suggested that they cook the bigger one. You guys just got there and you're already cooking the first living thing you see? Asked Frankie with an amused grin. Sounds like you, all right. Hey, I never cooked a skyfish before, Sanji shrugged. Ah, I wish I had a taste of it, said Aika. I bet it was really yummy. Hey, I've eaten better, Zoro shrugged, only for Sanji to get in his face, once again. You want me to kill you, you moss-head prick? He growled. Bring it on, dartboard, Zoro spat, but out of nowhere, past Chopper was heard screaming. Guys! The little reindeer cried. There was another ship on the clouds, but it got blown up. What? Past Nami questioned. And now there's a bull running on top of the clouds and headed straight for US, he added. What are you babbling about? Asked past Zoro. You're not making any sense, Chop. Past Sanji said, only to trail off as he saw something in the distance. What the hell? It was then that they saw what appeared to be a bull, but it was really just an intricately designed mask being worn by a man with tribal tattoos and had a grass kilt, and he was using some sort of jets on his feet to ski over the clouds while he held a bazooka in his right hand. What is that? Aika asked. It's Wiper, Robin answered, just as the mysterious man jumped on board the Mary. Hey, stop right there, past Sanji shouted. What do you want from us? I want to get rid of you all, Wiper answered in a threatening tone, causing the past monster trio to glare at him. Fine with me, said past Zoro as he drew his swords. Wait, so we're gonna fight, now? Past Luffy asked while taking a fighting posture. Soon after, they all leapt into battle, which ended up being rather short, and not because of the combined strength of past Luffy, past Zoro, and past Sanji. In almost little time at all. Wiper actually lived up to his name by literally wiping the floor with the 3 straw hats, sending them down onto the deck in seconds. Basically, they were curb stomped. What in the hell? Past Nami questioned. How could you guys get defeated someone like him, so easily? You outnumbered him, 3-1. Sky Island scary, past Usopp whimpered. That's crazy. Frankie exclaimed. How could you guys lose to someone like that? Kumi asked. It wasn't our fault, Zoro argued. Ah, he's coming back, past Chopper screamed as he saw Wiper attempting to go in for the kill. Until a shadow appeared in the distance and flew in. striking at Wiper's shield with a rapier that ended up getting him knocked back. It was soon revealed to be a scrawny old man with a long, white beard and wearing a suit of armor, as well as a magnificent flowing cape. Beside him was a pink bird with dark red polka dots. "Who's that guy?" Past Nami asked, just as the old man stood tall. "Ahem." He cleared his throat. "I am the Sky Knight." "It's Gonfall," Chopper exclaimed with starry eyes. "Who's Gonfall?" Aika asked. "Gonfall is the Sky Knight," said Robin. "You could say he's the protector of the Sky Island." "Oh, wow," Aika exclaimed. "Even though he's old?" "Sure looks tough for an old dude." Frankie Poinhat, "He was strong," Sanji said. "We just had a hard time breathing." "Wait. Breathing?" Kumi repeated. Gonfall hummed as he watched Wiper disappear beyond the horizon. "It seems he's gone. For now, that is." He then turned to the past Straw Hats. "Is everyone here all right?" Yeah, we're okay," Past Nami answered before she glared at the past monster trio, who were all lying on the deck, panting heavily. "No thanks to you louts. What the hell happened? He clobbered all three of you." "Geez, couldn't you cut us even a little slack?" asked Zoro. "I'm sorry." Nami apologized. "God, how long are you gonna put that over my head?" "Thank you for saving us, sir," said past Chopper as he bowed his head. "Well, I didn't have much choice," said Gonfall as he had his back turned. "It was my duty, after all." "He's sure a strange one," Blizzard spoke up. "Then again, so is everyone else you guys ever met, so I guess that's no surprise." Past Sanji groaned in disgust. "What the hell? How could I get beaten so easily?" Ha! Past Luffy panted. "I feel like I can barely breathe." "What's going on here?" Past Zoro rasped. "Maybe," Past Robin began, "it's because the air is so thin here." "The air?" Brook asked. "What does the air have to do with anything?" "It's because we were so high up," Nami said. "The air was so thin, we could barely get enough oxygen. That's why Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji couldn't fight to the best of their ability." I guess that makes sense, doesn't it?" Kumi asked. "Makes sense to me, I guess," Aika said as she tilted her head. "Tell me," said Gonfall as he stood on the upper deck, "are you all Blue Sea people?" "Blue Sea people?" Past Nami repeated. "Wait a minute, who are you, anyway?" "As I had said before, I am known as the Sky Knight," Gonfall answered. "Blue Sea people are the people who lived beneath the clouds on the Great Blue Sea." "Oh, I get it," said past Luffy. "You're here on the White Sea," Gonfall explained. "It floats 23,000 feet above the Blue Sea. And higher still is the White Sea, the upper stratum, which is 33,000 feet above it. Most Blue Sea people such as yourselves cannot tolerate such high altitudes." Past Luffy grunted as he thumped his fist against his chest. "Okay, I think I'm starting to get used to it, now." "Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better, too," said past Zoro as he took a few deep breaths. No, that's just not possible," Gonfall said in disbelief. "You guys sure took to that quickly," Frankie pointed out. "That's because they're monsters," Nami deadpanned. "Excuse me," past Chopper said, "but who was that just tried to kill us, just now?" Now, one at a time," Gonfall said as he sat on the railing. "I'm sure you all have questions, but let's talk business, first. You see, I am a soldier for hire. The White Sea has many dangers and those unfamiliar with skyfighting are targeted by the gorillas and become food for the skyfish." "Gorillas?" asked Aika. "I didn't know gorillas lived in the sky." "Actually, Aika," Robin began, "it's GUERRILLAS. These kinds of gorillas are a small and independent group that takes part in irregular fighting, usually against a larger force. Basically, gorillas are something like rebels." "You mean like Big Brother Sabo and the Revolutionary Army?" asked Aika. "A bit like that, yes," answered Robin. "I can protect you from such disasters," Gonfall said. "One whistle will cost you about 5 million extols." The past Straw Hats and even Frankie, Blizzard, Brook, Aika, and Kumi all looked at him like he had two heads. "What are you talking about?" asked past Luffy. "What?" Gonfall questioned. "Come now, 5 million extols is very reasonable. I can't go any lower than that. After all, I have to put food on the table." "What the hell's an extol?" asked past Sanji. And what's all this talk about a whistle? This whole place is backwards, Frankie muttered. Yes, indeed, Brooke replied. I've never heard of Ixtols before. Ixtols is what they call the currency here, Nami answered. But yeah, I can see why you'd get confused. I had a bit of a hard time following along, too. Don't tell me, Gonfall realized. Didn't you people come here using the peak of the High West? Or perhaps by island hopping? We don't know what that is, Pops, past Luffy answered. Wait, hang on a second, past Nami exclaimed. What did you mean by island hopping? Are you saying there's more than one Sky Island? And there was actually another way to get here other than using the knock-up stream? The knock-up stream? Gonfall questioned. You mean that people are still riding those monstrous currents? To think that there are still bold people that live in the blue sea? You mean we didn't have to take that dangerous thing all along? Past Nami whimpered, before she immediately turned her rage on past Luffy by shaking him back and forth. You idiot, we were almost killed. Thanks to you. We should have gotten more information about it. At least we made it, right? Past Luffy asked. You didn't have to lash out at him, did you? Usopp asked. Oh, come on, you were just as angry at him as I was, Nami barked. Yeah, that's true, Usopp muttered, but still. Enough, already, Zoro interjected. Look, it's in the past, so just deal with it. I'm sure Luffy's not even upset about it. Did you happen to lose any crew members on the way up? Asked Gonfall. Nope, we're all here, past Luffy answered after past Nami finished throttling him. Good, Gonfall acknowledged. The other routes are different, but that doesn't make them any less perilous. The knock-up stream is one of those gambles where either everyone survives or they don't. There aren't very many who'd take the risk, especially these days. You have to have both courage and skill. And you are worthy blue sea folk, indeed. When it comes to courage, Luffy's got that in spades, Blizzard spoke. As for skill, I think that was all Nami, Sanji added, causing Nami to laugh. Oh, you guys, she said, modestly. Actually, said past Usopp, it was all thanks to me. As everyone else was busy cowering, I, the great Captain Usopp, led the charge and gaw. What was that? Past Nami questioned as he pinched his cheek. Don't you try and take credit for this. Right. Sorry. Past Usopp groaned. Soon, Gonfall tossed down a small whistle onto the deck. Here you are, he said. Just blow this once and I will descend from the heavens to your rescue. Normally, I would charge you all 5 million Ixtols, but consider this a gift from me to you. Use it to summon me at any time. So the whistle was free? Ika asked. How come? I guess you could say we impressed him, Robin mused. I still wish we had taken a safer way, though, Nami muttered. That was way too scary. Hey, wait a minute. Past Nami called. You still haven't told us your name. I am Gonfall, the Sky Knight, Gonfall announced as he turned to the past Straw Hats. And this is my partner, Pierre. P-I-E-E, the bird, Pierre, squawked as he stood beside the old knight. And suddenly, his body began to change shape. Pierre is a bird that ate the horse fruit, said Gonfall. He can turn into a winged steed, just like. Ooh, past Nami exclaimed in excitement. Is he gonna turn into a Pegasus? A Pegasus? Ika asked, also excited, really? Ika? Asked Nami. Don't get your hopes, honey. Huh? Why? Ika asked. As Pierre finished his transformation, he looked like a bit mediocre at best. Good luck to you, oh brave ones, and farewell. Gonfall exclaimed as he and Pierre flew off and the memory soon faded black not long after. Well, that was a letdown, Ika said in disappointment, causing Nami to sigh as she gently pet her on the head in reassurance. I was kinda expecting something fancier, Kumi added. That was just plain weird, Frankie said. Yes, indeed it was, Brooke concurred. So what happens after this one? Asked Blizz's answer when the memory shifted, showing the Going Merry in front of a huge sun-shaped gate that said, Heaven's Gate, on it, and beyond that looked like a giant waterfall made entirely of clouds. That answers that. Heaven's Gate? Brooke asked as he read the sign. It's the entrance to Skypia, said Nami. Heaven's Gate. Past Usopp whimpered, fearfully. This is a bad omen. We're definitely gonna die here, aren't we? Did you ever stop and think that maybe we're already dead? Asked a smirking past Zoro. Yeah, that does sound likely, said past Sanji, joining in the teasing. We're dead? Really? Past Chopper questioned. Heaven, huh? Past Luffy asked before laughed. Well, I sure can't wait. You two just had to tease me, didn't you? Usopp glared at Sanji and Zoro, who both grinned. Sorry, but you make it too easy, Zoro quipped. Hey, look over there, past Usopp exclaimed as he pointed at an opening door. Somebody's coming out. It was soon revealed to be a short, stocky old woman with her hair in curled-up pigtails and wings on her back. Who's that? Aika asked. Amazon the gate inspector, Nami answered. Are you people tourists? Asked the woman as she took some photos with some sort of camera. Or are you here to make war? Huh? Past Usopp muttered. What do you mean? Well, not that it matters, said Amazon. If you want to go to the upper stratum, you'll have to pay the entrance fee of 1 billion ixtols per person. That's the law here. More with this ixtols stuff? Frankie questioned. Whoa, it's an angel. Past Luffy exclaimed. Is that really what angels look like, though? She's pretty pruny. How much is 1 billion ixtols anyway? Past Usopp asked. Ma'am? Asked past Nami. We don't have any money on us, sorry. No money? Asked Amazon. Well, you can pass, then. Just like that? Past Usopp questioned. That was easy, Brook mused. Yeah. A little too easy if you ask me, Blizzard added. She's acting pretty suspicious to me. However, said Amazon, the choice is entirely your own. I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guardian. I'm merely asking what you all wish to do. In that case, past Luffy began, we're going on through, Granny. We want to go to the Sky Island. We don't have any money, but we're going, anyway. I see, Amazon replied. There's 7 of you, right? Yeah, past Luffy answered, but how do we get up? Suddenly, 2 huge pincers came up from beneath the White Sea and grabbed the ship by the sides, to the Straw Hat's shock. What is that? Aika questioned. Another White Sea monster, Brook asked. That's the White Sea's famous express lobster, Amazon answered, and soon after, the giant crustacean sped off, carrying the Going Merry up the Cloud Waterfall and up a giant corkscrew river. So she just let you guys in, just like that? Frankie asked. Yeah, Nami started, except we found that it was a trick. Because we didn't pay the entry fee, we were labeled as criminals. What's the difference? Zoro asked. We're criminals, either way. Well, yeah, but I didn't want to be labeled a criminal for something we had no control over, Nami argued. Geez. Woohoo, past Luffy cheered. This is so cool. Somebody get me off this crazy thing, past Usopp wailed. Hey, what's that at the top? Past Sanji asked as he pointed up a sign above that was drawing closer the faster they went. Is that the exit? It says, God Land Skypia, past Nami read. That's no exit, it's an entrance. Soon after this revelation, the express lobster tossed the Merry out onto another sea of clouds. And it was then that the group saw it. A huge island with palm trees and even buildings dotted around, here and there, and a huge bridge made of clouds behind it. Is that what I think it is? Brook asked in awe. Yep. Nami answered. This is Skypia. Whoa, Aika exclaimed. It's amazing. Is this really for real? Blizzard asked. I mean, look at it. This is awesome, Kumi exclaimed with starry eyes. We're here, past Luffy shouted as he, past Usopp, and Chopper jumped off the deck and onto the beach. It was like watching a bunch of little kids, playing on a summer day. Past Chopper was rolling about on the clouds, commenting on how soft and fluffy they were and saying he could almost sleep there, and past Luffy was hanging from a tree, grabbing a large fruit from its branches. All right, Mr. Giant Fruit, he said. You're all mine. He then attempted to take a bite out of it, but he ended up chipping one of his teeth. Ow. That's hard. He then glanced down at past Usopp, who was busy making a cloud castle. Hey, Usopp. I got some fruit for ya. He chucked the fruit down at the sniper, who yelled in pain as it landed on his head. You practically cracked my brain into my chest, he yelled. What's wrong with you? Past Luffy could only laugh before he looked over at the rest of his crew, who all looked like they were having a rather good time. Except for past Robin, who looked a bit confused about what to do, even as past Sanji gave her a flower to put in her hair. As he watched them, he seemed to smile at them warmly. He looks pretty pleased there, said Frankie. I think Luffy was happy to see us all having such a good time, said Robin. I think so, too, Nami smiled. Too bad it turned out it was anything but a vacation. What do you mean? Aika asked. Yes, it's such a lovely beach, Brooke agreed. Why wouldn't you enjoy yourselves there? Then, all of a sudden, the sound of beautiful music began to fill the air, causing everyone to look up. Ooh, how pretty, Aika said. Is that a harp? Brooke asked. That's right, Sanji answered. That means she's going to show up, soon. She? Brooke repeated, and that's when he heard past Sanji shout as he pointed to something off in the distance. Past Usopp and past Chopper momentarily panicked, thinking it was another gorilla and that they had to summon Gon Fall, again. No, wait, past Sanji exclaimed, it's an angel. As everyone looked up, they saw a girl with light blonde hair, a pink blouse, wings growing out of her back, her hair braided in pigtails, and what looked like 2 antennae growing out of her head, but it was really just the style of her hair. Hesso, she said, warmly. Past Luffy questioned. Hesso, Aika asked with a tilt of her head. Oh, it's Konus, Nami exclaimed, happily. The Straw Hats, both past and present, blinked in surprise at the newcomer that had just appeared on the beach, followed by a small, furry creature with a fluffy tail, pointy ears, and a narrow snout. The moment she entered, Brooke and past Sanji instantly became enamored. Is that an angel? Brooke asked. Something like that, said Nami. She was certainly a vision of loveliness, Sanji grinned. What does Hesso mean? Asked Aika. It's how the people of Skypiea say hello as well as goodbye, sweetie, Robin answered. Oh, Aika replied. Who is that chick, anyway? Frankie asked as he raised sunglasses. That's Konus, Usopp answered. She lives here on Skypiea. The little fox is her pet, Sue. They both seem nice, said Kumi. Welcome, visitors, said Konus as she approached the pirates. Did you all come here from the blue sea below? Yeah, answered past Luffy while he held the 2 melons under his armpits. We flew up here on our ship. Do you live here, lady? Yes, I do, Konus answered. Welcome to Angel Beach. She then noticed the fruit that Luffy was carrying. Oh, were you trying to eat the Konash fruit? Konash? Past Luffy asked as he looked down at the fruits in his arms. These things? That's right, Konus replied before she took one of them from him and turned it upside. The top of the shell is very hard, so people can't really bite into it. But the bottom is nice and soft. She then took a knife and cut a hole in the bottom of the Konash fruit, then placed a straw inside before she gave it back to past Luffy. Here you go. Enjoy. Past Luffy soon took a sip through the straw before he exclaimed, yummy. Whoa, is it really that good? Past Usopp asked. Let me try some. Can you cut mine open, next? Asked past Chopper, holding up a Konash fruit, too. My name is Konus. Konus introduced herself while holding Sue in her arms, and this is my Cloud Fox, Sue. If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. She's kinda like a hostess at a bar or something, Frankie pointed. A vision of loveliness and polite, Brooke added. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Wow. You could melt a man's heart with that look, gaw. Past Sanji as past Nami suddenly yanked him by his ear and pulled him aside. Move, please, the navigator said as she walked up to Konus, and it was then that past Luffy seemed to notice the blue camo bikini top she was wearing, and that's when the memory began to turn pink and the Straw Hats could hear his heart beating, once more. Oh, wow, Zoro smirked. Figured Luffy would notice that. Come to think of it, Robin began. You started wearing halter tops more often after the 2 years, didn't you? I just thought it was a cute style, Nami said with a blush on her face while past self spoke with Konus. But before anybody could ask any questions, they heard the sound of a revving engine, and out on the white sea, they could see a figure zooming along the surface. What's that? Asked past Zoro. A slug, past Luffy exclaimed. Actually, that's my father, Konus corrected. Konus, Hesso, the figure called out, causing her to wave back. Hesso, father, she called back. Hey, what's Hesso mean, anyway? Past Luffy asked, looking rather shocked. At that moment, a bald man wearing a yellow robe and a shaggy, curly brown beard and his hair done up in antennae like Konus's came riding in on a familiar-looking vehicle. Who's he? Brooke asked. Pagaya, Konus's old man, Sanji answered. Hey, what's that he's riding on? Asked Aika. It looks kinda familiar. That's a waiver, honey, Nami answered. Before Frankie. Well, modified it. Frankie chuckled nervously as she side-eyed him. It used to be a machine that used the pair of air dials. Your brother actually salvaged something like that from the galleon that fell on top of us. I still don't like riding on it, though, Aika said, nervously. It's still too fast for me. Me, too. Kumi bemoaned. Suddenly, Pagaya started swerving uncontrollably until he crashed onto the beach, hitting his head on a palm tree while past Luffy and past Zoro stepped out of the way. Is anyone hurt? Asked Pagaya in a shaky voice. You're the one who crashed, past Zoro yelled, just as the memory began to fade. Huh? Why's it skipping? Aika asked. It might be because there's not much important stuff going on. Usopp spoke. We're probably just getting to the good stuff. Well, that makes sense, Blizzard answered. Soon, the memory shifted and showed the past Straw Hats sitting inside a house. Except for past Nami, for some reason. While past Luffy and the others were eating a very lavish meal, Konis and Pagaya, for some reason, seemed rather anxious. Worried, almost. Where are you, Nami? Asked Brook. I was taking the waiver out on a test run, Nami said. I kinda had a little too much fun, and I ended up going somewhere I shouldn't have gone. Hey, said past Sanji. Where's Nami? She's still out on the waiver, past Luffy answered while eating some lobster. This sky lobster's really good. Where? Past Sanji asked as he stood out on the loft. I can't see her. I guess she went further out, past Luffy said. She'll probably be back, soon. Father? Konis asked. Do you think she's okay, out there? I'm a bit worried, too, Konis, said Pagaya. What? Past Luffy asked. What's the matter? Well, you see, Konis began, here in Skypia, there's this one place where you are forbidden to enter, no matter what. It borders our island. So it's easy for someone riding on a waiver to reach it. It's called Upper Yard, also known as God's Domain. Which is exactly where I ended up going. Nami bemoaned. I wish she could have told me sooner. What's this Upper Yard place? Asked Frankie. Well, remember when I said that the city of gold was shot up into the sky? Asked Usopp. Well, this is where it ended up. Say what? Frankie questioned. That's not all, Nami said. Upper Yard is actually the other half of Jaya. About 402 years ago, a knock-up stream shot it up right into Skypia. So, that means. Brook whispered. Exactly, Nami added. But I don't understand something, Blizzard spoke up. Why is it called God's Domain? Yeah, how come it's called God's Domain, anyway? Asked Aika. Well, you see, Aika, Robin began. Everyone on Skypia worships everything that comes from the blue sea. But what they especially cherish is soil since the ground is made of clouds. Here on Skypia, they call it Verth. Oh, Aika exclaimed. Yeah, but then the Skypians stole the land from the Shandorians, Sanji began, and ever since then, they had been at war. So that's why that wiper guy was so pissed off? Asked Frankie. In that case, I don't blame the guy. So this war, Brook began, it lasted for 400 years, then? Yeah, Usopp answered. After we showed up, the war ended and the Skypians and the Shandorians began to live together. Wow! Aika exclaimed. But they didn't have to fight over it in the first place, did they? Brook asked. Why not share the land together? Sometimes, greed and avarice overwhelm rational reasoning, Robin said. Unfortunately, that still applies, today. Tell me about it, Nami muttered. You definitely shouldn't talk, Nami, Zoro said as he side-eyed the navigator. Hey, I'm not that bad, Nami spat. Whoa, you mean God lives here? Asked past Luffy in surprise. That's right, Konis answered. This is Godland, the realm of the almighty god Eneru. He sees all, and knows all. He's always watching us. The Straw Hats, both past and present versions, could instantly see the fear that she had in her eyes. This Eneru guy must really be powerful, huh? Aika asked, nervously. Yeah, more powerful than anyone we ever fought before, Zoro answered. Well, until we met the admirals, that is. Aside from Luffy and me, he wiped the floor with everyone else in almost no time at all, Nami added. Wait, all of you guys? Blizzard questioned. Even Zoro and Sanji? Scary. Kumi squeakied to see and know everything? asked Aika. Because, Aika, Robin began, Eneru had an extremely powerful sense of observation haki. And with his devil fruit, it made him even more powerful. Aika gulped nervously as she heard this, then looked back at the memory. I see, past Luffy said. Before an impish grin appeared on his face, one that the Straw Hats were all too familiar with. Oh, no, you don't, Luffy. Past Usopp shouted as he grabbed the Straw Hat captain by the collar of his vest and began to shake him. Didn't you hear what Conus said? We must absolutely, positively, under no circumstances set foot in that upper yard place. You got that? Right. A place where we definitely can't go, past Luffy said, and yet, he was still grinning. He definitely wanted to go, muttered Nami in dread. Why doesn't that surprise me? Oh, Luffy. Chopper groaned. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. Well, you have to admire his adventurous spirit. PSH. God. Past Zoro scoffed as he drank some booze. Don't tell me you believe that bull. Zoro, are you saying that you don't believe in God? Asked past Chopper. Whether God exists or not, that doesn't matter to me, past Zoro shrugged. Zoro, you shouldn't say those things, Aika shouted. My mommy says that if you don't believe in God, he'll strike you down with lightning. Actually, Aika, that's exactly what ended up happening, Sanji said. Wait, really? Aika asked. Eneru ate a logia-type devil fruit rumble fruit, said Nami. It gave him the power to control and even turn into lightning. Lightning. Aika squeaked. Oh, brilliant, Kumi muttered, woefully. I hate lightning. But wait, past Luffy spoke up, if he's God, then won't he forgive us if we ask him? He's kind, right? I'm afraid God Eneru would definitely strike you down if you even put so much as 1 foot on his land, said Conus. Oh, I see, past Luffy said. Well, it doesn't matter. He then went back to eating his food. He still wants to go, doesn't he? Asked Frankie. Yup, Sanji deadpanned. What kind of god is Luffy even thinking about? Asked Blizzard. My mommy says there's a god that we call, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Aika spoke up. Is that the god that Big Brother meant? I don't even know, sweetheart, Nami answered. Alright, let's go and find Nami. Past Luffy exclaimed. But then went back to eating, again. Wait, let me finish eating, first. Hey, quit stuffing your face. Past Sanji shouted. Nami could be in serious trouble. You know, we'll come back and finish that, later. Really? Nami muttered. Was food more important than even me, back then? And I thought he was in love with me? If it's any consolation, Sanji began, I wanted to find you, right away. Hold on, Conus exclaimed. We have no way of knowing if your friend really did go to Upper Yard or not, so you must use extreme caution. If you incur the wrath of God Eneru, there's no telling what will happen. Hey, don't worry about it, past Luffy shrugged. We'll work it, somehow, she. He is not worried, at all, Frankie muttered. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised about that, either, Nami shrugged. After all, he did punch a celestial dragon, and they're considered gods of the world. Soon, the memory shifted once again, this time showing the past Straw Hats getting ready to board the Going Merry again. Except for past Luffy, who was standing with Pagaya as he took a look at the broken-down waver that he salvaged from the galleon. Luffy, come on, past Sanji called. What the hell are you waiting for? Gimme a second, past Luffy called back before he looked at Pagaya. So, what do you think, old man? Can you fix it? Well, I'm not entirely sure, said Pagaya. I'll have to take this whole thing apart. I'm sure this is a cosmetic issue, as long as the air dial isn't broken. Why's he trying to fix the waver? Brook asked. There wasn't any wind, so he couldn't sail the Merry to Upper Yard, Usopp answered. All the better, really. You really didn't want to go, huh, Usopp? Chopper asked. Of course, I didn't, Usopp shouted. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, past Luffy spotted a group of men approaching. And they appeared to be crawling on their bellies. Huh? Past Luffy muttered in confusion. Hey, who are those guys? Oh, dear. The White Berets, Conus whispered in dread. Who are the White Berets? Asked Frankie. They're something like the police force of Skypia, said Nami. They enforce the rules that Eneru made. And they sure as hell were annoying, Zoro added. How so? Brook asked. Just watch, Sanji said as a man with a large stitched scar on his face and his beret covering his right eye appeared. Who's that one? Ika asked. That's McKinley, the leader of the White Berets, said Robin. Hesso! McKinley exclaimed as he and his troop stood up and made devil horns behind their heads. Hesso, Captain McKinley, said Conus. What the hell does Hesso mean? Past Luffy questioned. Why the hell were they crawling on their stomachs? Asked past Sanji. Who knows? Asked past Usopp. Maybe they're freaks. Oh, so that's what freaks look like, past Chopper mused. I think you guys are in no position to talk, Frankie quipped. Neither are you, really, Sanji spat while his past self called out to past Luffy to hurry up and get on board the ship. Hold it right there, shouted McKinley. You're the people from the Blue Sea, aren't you? The 7 immigrants. Immigrants? The past Straw Hats questioned in surprise, and Conus and Pagaya looked just as shocked. Wait, immigrants? Asked past Luffy. Are they talking about us? Don't you try and play innocent, McKinley said. Amazon, the inspector at Heaven's Gate, sent us this photo she took using the vision dial. He then held up a photo of the past Straw Hats. That old snitch, Blizzard shouted. Yeah, she tricked you guys, Kumi added. That's not fair, Ika declared. Now hold on, Captain McKinley, Pagaya cried. There has to be a mistake. These people don't mean any harm, I'm sure. Well, technically, we are still considered criminals in the Blue Sea at least, Zoro pointed out. Not helping, Nami said while past Usopp complained about how Amazon said that they could pass through the gate. There's no point in making excuses, said McKinley. Just take responsibility for your actions. However, there's no need to panic. According to Heaven's punishment statutes, trespassing is only a Class 11 offense. If you just pay the fine, you can become legal tourists right now. Well, why didn't you say so from the start? Asked past Sanji. But first, what exactly is this fine? It's simple, really, said McKinley. Just pay 10 times the entrance fee. That'll be 10 billion Ixtols each, or 10 billion Ixtols for all 7 of you. If you pay up right now, your record will be wiped completely clean. Wait, you mean we gotta pay 70 billion Ixtols? Past Usopp questioned. How much is that in berries? Berries, McKinley repeated. Ah, yes. That's what you call your currency in the Blue Sea, right? Let me see. There are 10,000 Ixtols for a single berry. So that's, how much? Asked past Usopp. 70 billion Ixtols would be 70 million berries, answered past Robin. 70 million? Past Sanji questioned. That's crazy. Do you know how much rice I could buy with that much money? We risked life and limb to get here and now, you want us to pay you an entire fortune just to sightsee? That does sound pretty heinous, Frankie agreed. That's what I said, too, Nami said. 70 million? Are they crazy? What kind of tightwads ask people to pay 70 million berries just to go touring around an island? Blizzard questioned. It's your own fault, McKinley declared. You should have just paid the entrance fee of 700,000 berries at Heaven's Gate. It's still too much, you jackass, past Usopp yelled. Forget about it, said past Sanji. Just ignore the guy and let's go and find Nami. She's probably into wasn't that scared, Sanji, Nami deadpanned, causing Sanji to chuckle sheepishly. My bad, he said. Still, I was in a hurry to warn you guys about what I saw, said Nami. Why? What did you see? Ika asked. I'll explain it to you later, Nami said. I should warn you that we, the White Berets, serve God's vassals, said McKinley. You're only making things worse for yourselves by resisting. He then turned to the old broken waiver that the past Straw Hats had salvaged. By the way, this waiver is damaged. There's a law against Blue Sea people damaging Sky Island property. It's a Class 10 offense. Actually, that waiver belongs to our friends. Here, Pagaya corrected. Yeah, that's our waiver, past Luffy pointed out. That's a strange story, McKinley mused. Blue Sea people don't ride waivers. If this property was stolen from the Sky Island, that's a Class 9 offense. Do you want to hit you or something? Past Luffy questioned. Man, these guys are a bunch of tight asses, Frankie muttered. It's like they're looking for any excuse to lock you guys up. Well, we are pirates, don't forget, Robin pointed out. It's natural that we still be treated like criminals. Yes, except we were hoping not to be treated like criminals, there, Nami said. We just wanted some vacation time. Away from all the craziness with all the Marines and whatnot, not more of this insanity. Since when have we ever had a normal vacation? Asked Zoro. Hold everything. Everyone looked up to see past Nami driving up on the waiver, to past Sanji's joy. Oh, Nami. There you are. Past Luffy exclaimed. Luffy, past Nami called. Don't argue with those guys. Huh? Past Luffy questioned. What do you mean, don't argue with them? Asked past Usopp. Are you saying that we should actually pay them 70 million berries for illegal entry? Thank goodness. We can get away with just a fine, said past Nami. 70 million berries is. It was at that moment that the price seemed to hit her. And immediately, the waiver started to rev up loudly as she began to pick up speed. And she bashed it right into McKinley's head. Are you insane? Ouch, past Zoro and past Usopp winced. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Past Luffy muttered while past Nami gasped in horror. Oh, crap, she cursed. I was trying to keep my cool, but I snapped when I heard about that outrageous fine. Well, it's not like anyone could blame you for that, Brooke said. 70 million is a bit of a stretch. Not to mention we didn't have enough, to begin with, Usopp said, so for once, we'll say this is justified. After past Nami thanked Pagaya for letting her borrow the waiver, she grabbed past Luffy and hurried to the Mary, saying that they shouldn't be picking any fights. Which was a bit hypocritical, considering what she did, but she said it was justified as an accident. Didn't look like an accident, muttered Zoro. Quiet, Nami snapped. Stop right there, McKinley boomed. There's nowhere for you to go. First, you insult us, and then you violently attack us, which is clearly a sign of obstructing a government official from performing his duties. That's a Class 5 criminal offense. In the name of God Eneru, you're hereby exiled to the clouds. Wait, what? Konis questioned, but that means. Exiled to the clouds? Asked past Luffy with that stupid grin of his. That doesn't sound so bad. But it is bad, Konis cried. You and your crew will be dropped, ship and all, onto a small island cloud with no way off of it, and then you'll stay there until only your skeletons remain. It's a death sentence. That would explain the galleon that fell from the sky, past Robin mused. Wait, what? Past Usopp asked, nervously. That galleon might have been exiled to the clouds, as well, said past Robin, causing the sniper to gulp nervously. That sounds scary, Ika muttered. It was, Chopper whimpered with comical tears running down his furry cheeks. I'm kinda glad I wasn't there, now, Kumi added. Arrest them all, yelled McKinley. Yes, sir, exclaimed his troops as they began to notch their arrows, which held what looked like tiny conch shells for arrowheads, into their bows. Quick, all of you, run, Konis urged, you mustn't fight. You'd best keep quiet, young lady, McKinley said in a warning tone. Otherwise, we'll have to charge you with aiding these criminals. Hey, it's not her fault, Frankie barked. Geez, this place is practically just as bad as the Blue Sea, Blizzard added. Fire the milky arrows, shouted McKinley, and the white berets soon let their arrows loose, leaving behind a trail of clouds as they flew. Nami, quick, past Luffy exclaimed as he stretched his arm and pulled past Nami out of the way. Get to the ship. You'll just get in the way. I don't want you getting hurt. Oh, Luffy. Nami whispered, gratefully. Granted, she felt like he could have been a bit more gentle, but still, she was grateful that he only cared for her safety. Even if he had a weird way of showing it. As for past Luffy, he tried to dodge the arrows, but the cloud trail they left behind made it rather difficult to maneuver around them, even with his rubbery body. What didn't help was that the white berets were using the jet dials in their boots to ride on the clouds as they tried to hit the Straw Hat Captain with their blades. But luckily, he managed to get out of the way in time by stretching his arms and grabbing onto a palm tree. Those are some cool shoes, past Luffy exclaimed. What the? Questioned one of the white berets. His arms, they can stretch, exclaimed Konis. Impossible, cried Pagaya. Hey. Past Luffy smirked before he began to twist his body around in different directions. Gum gum, fireworks. Shooting his fists and feet out like a combusting firework, past Luffy managed to pummel the white berets with little to no effort, McKinley being amongst them as he was struck in the face. Not too far from them, past Zoro and past Sanji also managed to deal with their batch of foes while talking to past Nami about how much money they had. Apparently, back then, they only had about 50,000 berries to their name, and that was all in cash. As usual, past Luffy gave his 2 cents about why the Straw Hats were so poor and that his crew should really be more careful with their money. Until they spat back that all that money went into feeding his bottomless pit of a stomach. It always comes down to that, doesn't it? Asked Frankie. As always, Sanji muttered, it's a wonder we're flat broke. But still, at least you beat those guys, Aika exclaimed. Yeah, but that only made things worse for us, Nami bemoaned. Made things worse how? Asked Blizzard, but he soon got his answer when he heard McKinley chuckling. You fools. You should have just surrendered, quietly, said McKinley. We're the friendliest officers you'll find, here on Godland. I'd hardly call their actions friendly, Usopp groused. As for them, McKinley began, they won't go so easy on you. You're all considered Class 2 criminals. Now, complain as much as you want. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He then pointed accusingly at the past Straw Hats. But God's vassals in Upper Yard will be the ones to deal with you lot. HESO. And with that, the memory faded to black. Okay. That was a little trippy, said Frankie. He certainly sounded menacing then, Brooke said. Yeah, but he actually did have a good reason for how he acted, said Nami. It wasn't that he was corrupt. He just wanted to keep everyone on Sky Island safe. What do you mean? Asked Aika. It was Eneru's law that if any Blue Sea dwellers came to Skypia, no matter what the reason was, that they are reported immediately, Robin said. Otherwise, they face Eneru's wrath. But, Eneru's god, right? Aika asked. Isn't he supposed to protect people, not hurt anybody? Eneru may have been god here, Sanji said, but he was more of an oppressive tyrant than a protector. He was an egomaniac who saw people as his little playthings, and if Luffy hadn't defeated him, Nami said before she shuddered and hugged herself. Actually, I don't even want to think about it. Neither do I, Usopp added. At that moment, the memory returned, this time showing past Luffy, past Usopp, and past Sanji in Pagaya's house. But past Zoro, past Nami, past Chopper, and past Robin weren't there with them. Hey, where were the rest of you? Asked Blizzard. We were on the ship, Chopper answered. This is kinda where things started to get bad. Bad how? Brooke asked. Hey, past Usopp cried out in alarm. Something's happening on the ship. What? Past Sanji questioned as he and past Luffy ran over to the balcony, where they saw the Going Merry. Somehow sailing backwards, and at a very fast speed. Oh, no, guys, past Luffy cried. Why did Nami put on a shirt? Past Sanji questioned. Can't you see that there are more important things to worry about, right now? Past Usopp shouted. Really, Sanji? Nami asked with an incredulous glare. Oh, come on, that was the old me, remember? Sanji asked. Where are they going? Past Luffy asked as he stood up on the railing. And how come they're going backwards? Wait, they're not sailing, past Usopp shouted. Look, something's got them. It was soon revealed to be a gigantic lobster, much bigger than the express shrimp, and it was carrying the Going Merry on its back as it scuttled away backward. Why didn't you guys just jump ship? Asked Frankie. We were going too fast, Nami answered. And besides, there were giant cloudfish in the sea. If we jumped, we would have been eaten. Where was it taking you guys, anyway? Asked Aika. It was taking us to Upper Yard, said Zoro. Wait. Upper Yard? Aika repeated. You mean that place that you weren't supposed to go? It wasn't very long before the express lobster disappeared from sight. Oh, man. This is bad, past Usopp whimpered. Why did Nami put her shirt back on? Asked past Sanji, woefully. That's hardly the time for that, you idiot, past Usopp barked. Luffy, what are we gonna do? Where'd those guys go, anyway? Asked past Luffy. Where? Well. Actually, that's a good question, said past Usopp. Where the hell did they go? The Special Express Lobster is one of the servants of God, said Pagaya. Anything it carries off becomes an offering to God. It's headed to the northeast of Upper Yard. To the sacrificial altar. What? Past Luffy, past Usopp, and past Sanji questioned. Wait. Did you say, sacrificial? Past Sanji asked. You mean Nami and the others are gonna be sacrificed? Sacrificed. Aika whimpered. Oh, that's not good, Kumi squeaked. That bastard. If he tries to lay even one finger on Nami, I'll, past Sanji started. Wait, you don't understand, Pagaya cried. This is all part of heaven's judgment. Criminals will either become sacrificial offerings, or they undergo a trial. At least, that's what I've heard. They're in God's power, now. So basically, they're his hostages. Hostages? Past Usopp repeated in shock. The ones who are really being punished. Are three of you? Pagaya said as he gestured to past Luffy, past Sanji, and past Usopp. So this Eneru guy was using you guys as some sort of bargaining chip? Asked Frankie. Like I said, Sanji began, the guy had a twisted sense of amusement. I would have cut him down myself if I had the power, Zoro added. Us, past Sanji repeated. What are you talking about, old man? If I just had a map. Pagaya said. Oh, I've got one, past Usopp answered as he reached inside his satchel and pulled out the old map of Skypia and spread it out on the table. This is quite old, but it looks accurate enough, said Pagaya as he pointed at the map. Right here is your current location, and the sacrificial altar lies to the northeast. There's only one way to get there. You'll have to take a dial ship and follow the Milky Road through the forest where God's vassals are. Hey, wait a sec. Past Usopp exclaimed. Instead of crossing the island, why can't we just sail to the northeast, instead? It's impossible, said Pagaya. The altar is unreachable on foot, even from the nearby coast. There's one important detail of the upper yard that's missing from this old map. You mean this Cloud River? Past Sanji asked. That's right, Pagaya nodded. There are several hundred Milky Roads in all, and the only way to get to the altar is to follow the Milky Road. So no matter where we land, past Sanji said as he put a cigarette in his mouth, we'll just run into the river, right? That's right, Pagaya replied, and it's teeming with man-eating cloudfish. Well, that was nice of the bastards, said past Sanji as he lit up his cigarette. So if we want our friends and our ship back, we have to face these vassals, right? That's our trial. Heaven's judgment, past Usopp exclaimed. Then we'll just have to kick the asses of those guys that Nami told us about, right? Past Luffy asked with a cocky grin. She. This is no laughing matter, you know, past Usopp deadpanned. That's Luffy, Nami said. No sense of danger, whatsoever. Hey, what can you do? Blizzard shrugged. Whatever you do, don't let your guard down, Pagaya warned. God's vassals are unimaginably strong. And above them in the upper yard, God Eneru awaits. The memory shifted again, this time showing Konis leading past Luffy, past Usopp, and past Sanji into a huge city. Wow! Aika exclaimed. I didn't know they had cities here on Sky Island. Such a beautiful place, Brook added. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Yeah, not too shabby, Frankie exclaimed while raising his sunglasses. Whoa, look at this place, past Luffy exclaimed. Look at all the shops and buildings. Lovely Street is the busiest street on all of Angel Island, said Konis. Its builders took advantage of the special properties of island clouds in its construction. At that moment, everyone noticed that the residents of Lovely Street seemed to be trying to avoid the group like they were the plague. Hey, is it me? Asked past Usopp. Or are these people acting like we're not here? Yeah, I noticed, past Sanji said. Must be because we're outlaws. He then sighed as he looked at some young women nearby. All these lovely angels, avoiding me. Ha ha ha, past Luffy laughed. This place is almost like a ghost town, it's kinda creepy. That is weird, Frankie said. Why was everybody avoiding you? Remember what Robin said about how Eneru would punish anybody who didn't abide by his laws? Asked Sanji. Yes, but what does that have to do with it? Brook inquired. Just keep watching, Sanji answered. Ooh, past Luffy exclaimed as he stopped and stared at some strange-looking idol. What's this thing? It looks like a walrus with upside-down tusks. Ah ha 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 ha. It's just some idol, Luffy, past Sanji said. Pay it no mind. Just some idol? Past Usopp questioned. Dude, we're looking at a work of art here, and trust me, I can tell. This is what we call Verth, said Konis as she looked at the idol. To us Skypians, it is an object of eternal worship. You mean you people worship this creepy thing? Past Luffy asked. Man, that's weird. Like you have room to talk, past Sanji barked. Haha, Konus laughed. No, it's quite alright. I can see why you Blue Sea people would find it strange. She then walked off while gesturing for the boys to follow. Anyway, come along. The wharf is this way. Ah, you mean we're leaving? Asked past Luffy with a pout. We're not here to sightsee. Luffy. Past Sanji spat as he pushed him along. Now get going. Alright, past Luffy shouted. Sheesh, party pooper. Soon, the quartet made it to the wharf, where they saw lots of boats and ships lined. But just like here, the people around the wharf avoided them as well. Wow, check out all these ships. Past Luffy exclaimed before he glanced at a gondola with a bull's face for a figurehead. Ooh, look at this one. Can we take this one? Please. A badass boat, Frankie grinned. And it has a nice finish. Seeing as how I'm a shipwright, I've got an eye for these things. Actually, Konus called. Your boat's over here. She then pointed at a rather underwhelming little boat that looked like a crow. This is called the Crow, said Konus. It's the only one I can afford to rent you. This piece of crap? Asked past Luffy. Why a crow? Asked past Sanji. Why not a seagull or something? Yeah, why not some kind of seabird? Asked Frankie. Well, I think there are such things as sea ravens, Robin said. Of course, that's speculation. I don't think that's the point here, said Blizzard. I used to use this little boat all the time before I learned how to ride on the waver, said Konus. It may not be as fast, but it does have 2 air dials, so please use it. But, I like the gondola better, past Luffy pouted. Oh, you don't like it? Konus asked, sadly. Well, if I had more money, I would rent the gondola for you. Luffy, you ungrateful bastard. Past Sanji shouted as he kicked past Luffy in the face. You'd better apologize to Conis after she went out of her way to do this for us. Ow. Okay, I'm sorry, past Luffy cried. Sheesh. Anyway, Konus said, the way out of here is through gate 2. You'll come out onto the Great Milky Road which will take you to Upper Yard, then you just have to keep going. I see, said past Sanji. Thanks, again, Konus. Of course, Konus answered. Hey, Konus, past Luffy spoke up. Yes, I noticed something weird. Ever since we left your place, you've been shaking every now and then. How come? The Straw Hats looked at Konus, who was indeed trembling. What? Konus muttered with a somewhat terrified look in her eyes. Have I? Yeah. I actually noticed that, too, said Aika. Not just that, but I felt like she was really scared about something. I wonder why she was, Zoro said. Wait, Frankie said. That thing that Robin mentioned, are you saying? Yeah, Sanji said. It's about to happen. Are you worried about me, Konus? Asked past Sanji. How sweet of you. Konus didn't answer as she looked away. And all around them, the angels looked rather nervous as well. Hey, Konus, past Usopp said. Are you and your old man gonna be alright? The people in town are obviously avoiding us. But you're still lending us a boat and helping us out. Won't that get you in even more trouble? And how come you look so pale? Asked past Luffy as he got up in her face, causing her to gasp. Konus. If you're scared, you should say something. I'm not scared, Konus stammered. It's just. No. What is she doing? Whispered one of the Skypians nearby. Don't say anything, you stupid girl, whispered another. They sound rather panicked, Brook noticed. Oh, dear, Robin muttered worriedly. Don't you think it's a bit strange, asked Konus, that I'd tell you how to get to the trial, and even lend you my boat? It's like I'm leading you all to your doom, don't you think? She knows, Nami said. She knows that something's up, but she's afraid to speak. Hey, what are you doing? Questioned a nearby Skypian man. Don't be reckless. At that moment, Konus fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Please, you have to get out of here, she urged, and it was at that moment that tears began to fall from her eyes. I'm so sorry. No, cried a Skypian woman. Don't say it. It was me, Konus said before she looked up at the trio. I'm the one WHO called the Express Lobster. The Straw Hats, save for the only 2 that were present at the time, all gaped in disbelief. You mean she sold you guys out? Frankie asked. It wasn't her fault, Sanji shouted. If she didn't do it, she'd be killed. So much for that, She was probably about to be killed. Anyway, Blizzard shouted. You mean that thing carried off our friends? You called it? Past Sanji questioned. I had to, Konis cried. If a citizen of Skypia knows that someone is a criminal and doesn't lead them to the punishment site, then the citizen will be killed on the spot. By now, everyone around them was starting to panic and threatening her to be quiet. It's the duty of every citizen of Skypia. Konis wept. Please forgive me. It's insane, isn't it? This whole place is insane. Past Luffy stared at Konis, his eyes intense and focused. I get it, now. This is like my home country. It looks nice, but everyone's just hiding it. The Straw Hats all gasped quietly, not realizing that Luffy would make the comparison between his homeland and Skypia so quickly like that. Dumbass, Past Luffy said. You didn't have a choice, did you? Konis sniffled and shook her head. So why, Konis? Past Luffy asked as he clenched his fists as he, Past Usopp, and Past Sanji all shouted at once. Why did you just tell us that? What? Konis questioned before Past Luffy grabbed her by her shoulders. Now you're in danger, too, he yelled, don't you get it? As soon as he made that enunciation, the sky grew dark and there was an ominous rumble. What was that? Aika asked as she looked up at the sky. Enaru's judgment, Zoro answered. Not long after, a gigantic bolt of thunder suddenly shot down from the clouds with a colossal boom, causing Past Luffy to gasp as he grabbed Konis and pulled her out of the way as fast as he could. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blinding light that followed. And as everyone looked up, they saw a massive crater where Past Luffy and Konis once stood. You mean, this Enaru dude did that? Frankie questioned. Good lord. Brook whispered in shock. What a powerful blast. Scary. Chopper whimpered in fright. Hey, wait a second, Kumi exclaimed. Where are Luffy and Konis? Do not worry about your friends. Upon hearing that voice, the group looked up to see none other than Gonfall, who was riding on the back of Pierre. And behind him were Past Luffy and Konis with barely a scratch on them. Hey, it's the weird old guy, Past Usopp exclaimed. Weird? Gonfall repeated. I told you before, I am the Sky Knight, and you can consider this a free favor? Konis. You're alive, Past Sanji exclaimed. Hello, what about me? Past Luffy asked in irritation. I was getting to you next, Past Sanji answered. Yeah, right. Past Luffy answered as Gonfall dropped him off. I will take this young girl to safety, said Gonfall. Worry not, I will not allow Enaru to harm her. Now you know the true nature of this country and of God's power, so heed it. I could care less about this country, Past Luffy argued. My friends are in God's land, so we're gonna go get them back. I see, Gonfall nodded. Then I wish you the best of luck. Come on, Past Sanji said as he boarded the crow. Let's hurry and get in the boat. I shall give you a push, Past Usopp declared. Set out with confidence. You're coming, too, Usopp, Past Sanji barked. Doh. Soon, the trio was on board the little boat and was riding up the milky road. All right. We're off, Past Luffy exclaimed. Let's go. To Upper Yard. So in the end, Konis never really had a choice, did she? Asked Chopper as the Straw Hats once again stood within the black void. No wonder she broke down crying. We thought that this place would be a paradise, said Sanji. The moment we figured out what was really going on, we realized it was anything but. Seems to happen a lot with us, doesn't it? Asked Blizzard. The places we go to look nice, but then we find out what's happening behind the scenes and realize just how bad things actually are. Yeah, that always seems to be the case with us, Usopp replied. Like this island, for example. Yeah, we just thought it was a small deserted island, Nami said, but then we run into Cover, and suddenly, here we are in Luffy's subconscious mind. Nothing is ever normal with us, huh? Robin mused. Sometimes, abnormal things are okay, Zoro shrugged. It was then that the memories started playing again, showing Past Luffy, Past Usopp, and Past Sanji riding down the milky road on the crow. You think Konis is gonna be alright? Past Usopp asked. I mean, what if those white berets find her? She wouldn't be in this predicament if it weren't for us, and I'm not sure if I trust that Sky Knight guy. Something about him gives me the creeps. Usopp, how could you say that? Chopper questioned. The Sky Knight's a hero. Dude, You said that even though he helped you out, twice? Frankie asked. That's cold. Well, we pretty much knew next to nothing about the guy, Usopp argued. I mean, I know he's good now. I was talking about then. Don't worry about it, Past Luffy spoke up. That old guy might seem a little weird, but I don't think he's a bad guy. See? Chopper asked. Luffy gets it, he always did have good judgment of people, Brook pointed out. It's not like we had a choice, said Past Sanji. I wanted to be able to protect Konis, too, but she's probably better off going with the old man. If we brought her with us, we'd only be putting her in more danger. I guess you have a point, Past Usopp said. Still, I almost wish I went with them. I mean, sacrificial altars, ordeals, and stuff. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. You know, Usopp, at this point, you kinda sound like a broken record, said Zoro. Oh, shut up, Usopp argued. At that moment, a gigantic forest soon appeared from the fog. Holy crap, where did that huge forest come from? Past Usopp questioned. Do you think that's Upper Yard? Asked Past Sanji while Past Usopp checked the map, just to be sure. Well, it does look like there's a forest, the sniper answered, but nothing like this. Whoever owned that map lived 200 years ago, right? Asked Past Sanji. It's probably really old. It'd take centuries for a forest to grow this huge. Wow. Seeing these trees makes me feel like I'm home, Past Luffy grinned. I kinda feel like climbing one. He would feel nostalgic about the jungle, Nami mused. But seriously, this place is freaking huge, Frankie exclaimed. Yeah, look at the size of those trees, Kumi added. The trees we saw back in Mount Kolbo are like toothpicks compared to these things. Oh, look, Past Luffy exclaimed as he pointed to a row of statues on the sides similar to the ones on Lovely Street, as well as large torches with cow skulls on them and spears. I can see the entrance up ahead. Well, Usopp, Past Sanji said, if you want to turn back, now's your last chance. Actually, I would like to go back, if you don't mind, Past Usopp answered. Too late. Past Luffy exclaimed, we're going in. Then why did you even ask me? Past Usopp questioned. You weren't seriously thinking about leaving, were you? Asked Chopper. No, Usopp answered. I was just messing around. You know me. He then chuckled nervously while Nami and Zoro glared at him, incredulously, causing him to gulp as he looked back at the memory where he could see his past self looking like he was getting ready to soil his overalls. The various cries of animals weren't helping, and as the crow continued along the river of clouds, he gasped in horror upon seeing the shipwrecks that lined the riverbank. Whoa, Frankie muttered. What happened to them? You'll see in a moment, Usopp answered with dread. Are you seeing this? Past Usopp questioned. We're surrounded by shipwrecks? Well, we are in a forest, Past Luffy said. What does that have to do with anything? Past Usopp questioned. Relax, Past Luffy assured. You find all sorts of things in the jungle, right? No, Past Usopp cried as he grabbed the oars attached to the boat, giving one of them to Past Sanji. Quick, speed up. Get us out of here. Why? Past Sanji asked. What the hell do you think is gonna happen? At that moment, Past Luffy finally noticed something come flying at them from the right, and as the Straw Hats looked themselves, they gasped upon seeing a huge scythe with a tribal mask on the side, swinging right toward them. Nami shrieked. What the hell is that? Frankie questioned. Scary, Chopper cried. Look out, Past Luffy yelled as they barely managed to escape by the seat of their pants. But as they looked up, they saw that it wasn't the only scythe that they had to avoid, for there were many waiting for them, preparing to slice them and their boat in half if they didn't watch themselves. Realizing the danger of the situation, for once, Past Luffy quickly ordered Past Usopp and Past Sanji to row the boat as fast as they possibly could while avoiding the scythes. As a confused Past Sanji asked what the hell was happening, one more scythe swung down in front of them. Past Usopp cried. Luffy, hit the brakes, there's another one coming right at us. No, we can't stop in time, Past Luffy shouted. Usopp, quick, take the wheel. What? Past Usopp questioned. Just do it, Past Luffy yelled as they switched places, and soon after, he began to stretch his arms back. Gum goom. Wait, Luffy, what are you doing? Past Usopp asked. We're supposed to go the other way. Bazooka. Using his stretchy arms, past Luffy managed to launch the trio into the air, avoiding the scythe in the nick of time, and soon after, they paddled away as fast as they could. That was close, said Aika. You're telling me, Sanji said. That place was a freaking headache, and the fat ass we ran into after this was even worse. What fat ass? Asked Brook. Brook, Sanji, language, Nami chided. Oops, Sanji and Brook muttered as they covered their mouths. Aika, forget what you heard, said Sanji. What, Fata MMPH, Aika started, only for Sanji to cover her mouth. Yes, that one, he cried while Nami gave him a death glare. Oh, man. Look at that, past Usopp said as he looked back and saw the entrance, way behind him. The entrance is way back over there. Should we get off here, then? Asked past Sanji. Are you insane? Past Usopp questioned. We'll be killed? Yeah, I guess you're right about that, past Sanji admitted, but then, something came leaping out of the Cloud River, causing them to look up and see a giant eel-like creature with rows of serrated teeth. What in the hell is that? Blizzard yelled in alarm. A giant sea lamprey, Chopper shouted. Whoa, is that a snake? Past Luffy asked, just as past Sanji kicked it away. That was a lamprey, said past Sanji. It's a parasite that feeds off the blood of larger animals. Although in this case, you might call it a sky lamprey. Oh, so I can't eat it, then? Past Luffy asked as his stomach grumbled. Too bad. I'm getting hungry. Is food all you ever think about, stupid? Past Sanji asked before he looked away. This Milky Road is bad news. If we hang around here much longer, we're doomed. Let's just keep going and hope we find Nami and Robin, soon. Hey, what about me? Chopper asked. I meant you and Moss Head, too. Sanji reassured. Calm down. What a moron, Zoro muttered. What was that? Sanji questioned as he glared at him. Whoa, look! Past Luffy exclaimed as he pointed at a giant Santa giant. You're wrong, Luffy, past Sanji answered. It's just a statue. But, it's a dead end, past Luffy pointed out. No, wait. Look, past Usopp replied as he pointed at 4 entrances. There are 4 entrances up ahead. He was right. There were 4 paths to choose, all of them with a different sign. The first was, the Ordeal of Swamp, followed by, the Ordeal of Iron, then, the Ordeal of String, and finally, the Ordeal of Spheres. Huh. I didn't notice those, Nami said. Yeah, what do they mean, anyway? Asked Frankie. Well, each ordeal had one of Eneru's priests waiting within, said Robin. To put it simply, Eneru was having them pick your poison, or so the saying goes. So, basically, he was toying with you all? Brook asked. Pretty much, Zoro grumbled. So, which one do we choose? Asked past Usopp, nervously. We can only pick one. Oh, I know, past Luffy answered. Let's go with spheres. Why spheres? Past Usopp asked. Sphere is like a ball, right? Asked past Luffy. Sounds fun. That's your only reason? Past Usopp squawked. They're ordeals, you idiot. They're not supposed to be fun. He momentarily calmed down. Not that I'm disagreeing with you. Sphere is definitely the one that doesn't sound too violent. If only it sounded better in my head, Usopp bemoaned. The next thing I knew, all I could think about was how scary all of them would be. Well, if you wanted my opinion, said Chopper, you should have gone with the Ordeal of Swamp. It was definitely the easiest one. What? Usopp questioned. The priest behind that one was a bit of an airhead, Chopper said. Ordeal of Iron was definitely the hardest, Zoro said. Whoa, Aika exclaimed. Zoro, you thought something was hard? Never thought I'd hear that coming from him, Kumi added. Ultimately, the trio went with the Ordeal of Spheres, and they found themselves in a dark tunnel. While past Luffy had his usual enthusiasm, past Usopp had his eyes shut, causing past Sanji to scold him for keeping his eyes closed since he was steering the boat. But the sniper argued that even with his eyes opened, he could barely see anything except for the dim light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, guys, past Luffy said. What if this like one of those games? Oh, no, here we go. Usopp muttered in dread. What is he talking about? Asked Nami. Oh, you'll see, Sanji answered. What are you going on about, now, Luffy? Past Usopp asked, nervously. Well, if you pick the right door, you win a prize or something, past Luffy answered. But if you pick the wrong one. Well, this is interesting, Robin mused. Oh, boy. Frankie muttered. I'm not sure I like the sound of this. What do you mean if we picked the wrong one? Past Usopp questioned. Why didn't you mention this before we chose? Let's see, said Past Luffy. If you pick the wrong one, you fall off the island. He then laughed with his usual nonchalant attitude. How could you say something so stupid? Past Usopp questioned. We're thousands of meters in the air. I don't know how many times your life can flash before your eyes during a fall like that, and I don't want to know. You guys are both idiots, Past Sanji groused. Nothing like that is going to. The moment they exited the tunnel, however, they found themselves going over a huge cliff. What in the hell? Zoro questioned. You mean Luffy was right about that? Blizzard yelled. Kyaa. Nami and Brook shrieked in shock. No way. Chopper yelled. Holy hell. Frankie shouted while even Robin gaped in comic shock. As for Aika, well, she fainted, prompting Kumi to fan her with her paws. Aika, wake up. Wake up, Kumi cried while Past Luffy, Past Usopp, and Past Sanji screamed like a bunch of madmen as they plummeted to their seeming doom. You gotta be kidding me, Past Usopp screamed on the way down. But to their surprise, they ended up landing in another milky road. What happened? Nami asked with her eyes covered. Don't worry, we're alive, said Sanji. Barely, anyway. I think my heart really did stop at that moment, Usopp said as he watched his past self shiver with tears and snot dribbling down his face. We're alive? Past Sanji asked. I seriously thought we were going to fall all the way back down to the blue sea, Past Usopp whimpered. That's because somebody had to make up a lame story to scare us, Past Sanji shouted as he kicked a laughing Past Luffy in the face. I was scared, Past Luffy shouted. I thought I was a goner, too. Leave it to that dumbass to make light of this, Sanji muttered. I ought to strangle him when this is all over, Nami added. What happened? Aika groaned as she woke up. Aika, you're awake. Chopper exclaimed. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp are okay, by the way, Kumi added. As the trio pulled themselves together and Past Sanji decided to handle the steering, they got a good look at their surroundings. They were still in a huge forest, but with a couple of differences. First off, the milky road split off into many directions, some even going high into the tree canopy and others dipping into a low slope. Second, the whole place had lots of white balls of different sizes floating about in the air. Okay, Zoro muttered. This is different. Ooh, pretty white balls, Aika exclaimed. Can I play with one? Aika, trust me, even if we were not in your brother's memory right now, Sanji began, you do not want to play with these balls. Huh? Aika asked. Why not? You'll see, Usopp answered. Whoa, check it out, Past Luffy exclaimed. Look at all these balls. They look like they're made of island clouds, said Past Sanji. They're like big, puffy snowflakes, Past Luffy said with childlike delight. And the Milky Road just keeps winding around into the forest, said Past Sanji. So, what kind of ordeal is this supposed to be, anyway? Asked Past Luffy. Who knows? Asked Past Sanji. Maybe we're actually safe, now, but I doubt it. Man, I had no idea how right I was about to be, Sanji muttered. Oh, come on, it couldn't be that bad, could it? Frankie asked. You're about to find out, Sanji said while Past Luffy was going on about how they chose the right door, to which Past Usopp agreed. Hey, Past Sanji scolded. Don't go letting your guard down, yet, don't forget. The god and his priests brought us here to punish us. There's gotta be something dangerous around here. Just stay alert and let's keep moving, got it? I'm hungry, Past Luffy complained as his stomach growled. Again. Can we have some snacks, Sanji? Ooh, yeah, Past Usopp exclaimed. I could go for a snack. No, Past Sanji groused. Come on, gimme, Past Luffy griped. I said no snacks, Past Sanji shouted as he snatched his backpack away from him. Listen, you two keep a lookout and I'll keep steering, got it? Fine, Past Luffy pouted. Party pooper. Sanji, I swear, you're the only one who ever uses his head, Nami said. Thank you, Sanji grinned. And seriously, Usopp? Nami asked. Being all casual about this? I thought you were the cautious one? For your information, food helped me think better, Usopp countered. Whoa, look at that. Past Usopp said as he looked out to the side with a rice cracker in his mouth. We're going even higher. Yeah, I know, Past Luffy agreed. Look how high we are. As for Past Sanji, he looked around for anything that even looked remotely suspicious. But after a while, Past Luffy and Past Usopp had gotten bored and decided to play with one of the cloud balls that floated by. Hey, Usopp, Past Luffy called before he passed the ball over to Past Usopp. Pass. I got it, Past Usopp exclaimed before he passed the ball back to Past Luffy. Pass. I thought I told you to keep watch, Past Sanji yelled. But then, as Past Luffy passed the ball back to Past Usopp, a python suddenly burst out of it with its mouth open, trying to bite Past Usopp in the face. Wah, good heavens! Brook yelled. A snake! Past Sanji cried while Past Usopp ducked his head, just when the snake was about to bite down. Stupid snake ball! Past Luffy shouted as he kicked the ball away, but needless to say, even he was shocked about it. Ha! Ha! What was that, anyway? Gah! Past Usopp shrieked as he pointed at the front. Another snake ball, Sanji, kick it away. I do not like the idea of being surrounded by snake eggs, Past Sanji snarled before he kicked the cloud ball away. But instead of a snake popping out, the ball ended up exploding right in their faces, leaving them all burnt to a crisp. This can't be good, the trio muttered while Past Sanji coughed. For crying out loud, what's with these things? Past Usopp shouted in dismay. Oh ho ho, silly boys. These are surprise clouds. You never what will pop out of them. Who's that? Aika asked, nervously. One of the priests, Sanji answered. Who said that? Past Usopp asked as he, Past Luffy, and Past Sanji looked around for whoever was speaking. Who's there? Oh ho ho, that same laugh was heard again, Hesso. That's when he appeared. A round man who, due to his entirely white outfit, looked almost identical to the surprise cloud that he was sitting on top of. He had dark red hair and little wings, a yellow bowler hat on his head, and a pair of round, white-framed sunglasses with yellow lenses. I am so happy you chose my challenge, the ordeal of spheres, he exclaimed. Oh ho ho ho. Who's that? Nami asked. One of the priests, Satori, Sanji answered with an angry expression. Is that a dumpling? Asked Past Sanji while Satori was happily dancing and jumping about on top of the surprise clouds, laughing childishly. So you're the one in charge of the ordeal? Asked Past Luffy. You're pretty much a ball yourself? And stop that dancing around, Past Sanji barked. Who the hell are you, anyway? He kinda does look like a dumpling, said Chopper. Suddenly, I'm in the mood for pork dumplings, Blizzard added. Are you kidding me? Zoro asked. Fatso here is one of Enaru's priests? Look at this guy? I know what you're thinking, Sanji began, but trust me, this guy's not someone to be trifled with. He does have a point, Zoro, Robin said. We should never underestimate the enemy. I guess, Zoro said as he watched Satori dancing around. It's just hard to take someone acting like that seriously. Are you sure? Kumi asked. Because Luffy acts like that, sometimes, and we take him seriously. I'm pretty sure that's different, Usopp answered. Hey, dumpling head. Past Sanji shouted. Nami and Robin better be okay. And Zoro and Chopper, Past Luffy and Past Usopp spat. Right, them, too, Past Sanji answered. Oh, you mean the sacrifices? Asked Satori. I don't really know. But they're good as dead, even if they do escape from the altar. Every road here leads to death. What? Past Sanji questioned. But I think you should worry more about yourselves, Satori saying. You'll have to defeat me if you want to get out of here alive. He then jumped off the surprise cloud, heading towards the trio. Ah, he's coming this way. Past Usopp squawked. Luffy, do something. Right. I'll handle this. Past Luffy exclaimed as he prepared to swing his arm. Gum goom. Oh, Satori exclaimed. So you can stretch, huh? Past Luffy muttered. But it was too late to stop himself, so he threw his arm at Satori, pistol. To his and the others' shock, Satori dodged to the right. Ah, he dodged it, cried Aika. He has observation haki. Zoro realized. Nice, Sanji said, sarcastically. Did it take you a while to figure that out? Shut it, Zoro barked. Suddenly, Satori thrust his left hand into Luffy's face, and somehow sent him flying. Luffy, past Usopp and past Sanji cried, and for a moment, the memory seemed to blur, as if past Luffy had momentarily lost consciousness. Wait a minute, what the hell happened? Frankie questioned. Big brother got hit. Aika cried in horror. But how? Asked Brook. Blunt attacks shouldn't even faze him. That's because it wasn't a blunt attack, Usopp said. Satori was using impact dials. Impact dials? Blizzard repeated. They can absorb blows and then send them back like an explosive, Usopp answered. You have to be really durable in order to use it, otherwise the force could end up breaking your entire body apart. So then, he really is that strong, Aika whispered. This doesn't look good, said Robin, worriedly. Luffy was hit by the force of his own attack. It's no wonder he was injured. Luffy, past Usopp called. Are you okay? What happened? A simple blow like that shouldn't hurt you, should it? A simple blow? Asked Satori as he blew smoke from his hand. That's where you're wrong. Damn you! Past Sanji cursed as he lunged for Satori, preparing to kick him in the head, but once again, the priest dodged him before he held up his right hand to his head. Only the most well-trained are gifted with the power of mantra, said Satori. Mantra? Chopper repeated. It's what they called observation haki here, right? Asked Aika. Mantra or not, this is bad, Kumi exclaimed, just as past Sanji was hit with another impact strike, and soon after, past Usopp was hit, too. At that moment, past Luffy finally came to his senses as he picked up his hat. Hey, guys, he called out. Are you two okay? Past Usopp groaned. What the hell is up with that guy? Past Sanji asked as he tried to stand. I dunno, past Luffy answered as he put his hat on his head. What the hell is he made of, anyway? Oh ho ho, laughed Satori. I am Satori, one of the priests that serve the omnipotent god Eneru. I rule over the Verth in the Forest of No Return. Huh? Past Luffy repeated. Forest of No Return? That's right, Satori grinned as he stood on the crow. Your little boat will be lost in this great forest. He then stepped on the boat's accelerator, causing it to move forward on the milky road. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Past Luffy shouted. The boat will continue drifting along on the milky road, Satori continued, until it eventually finds the exit on its own. I'm sure you already know by now, but you'll never find your way to the sacrifices without that boat. So you have to find your ship and board before that happens, of course, with all the surprise clouds floating around, not to mention myself, you won't be able to do it. So you mean he was trying to get you guys lost on purpose? Nami asked. That was the point of the ordeal, said Sanji. We had to find a way to defeat him and get back to the boat at the same time. And as you can imagine, it sure as hell wasn't easy. Welcome to the forbidden sacred land of Upper Yard, Satori exclaimed. Oh ho ho, only 10% survived the Forest of No Return. Welcome to the ordeal of spheres. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Frankie asked. Oh, majorly, Sanji answered. No sooner had Sanji this that the chaos truly started. Past Luffy told past Sanji and past Usopp to hurry and catch up with the crow while he took care of Satori, and even though past Sanji was a bit hesitant to leave him behind, he agreed on the condition that the Straw Hat Captain be very careful since this was the first time they dealt with an enemy like this. Past Luffy soon came swinging at Satori with fists flying, but of course, it wasn't that easy since the priest had the upper hand with his observation haki or mantra as he called it in predicting all of his moves before he could make them. It didn't take long for the fight to end once Satori used his impact dial to send past Luffy flying into a tree. Oh ho ho, laughed Satori. There's really no need to rush, just take it easy for a bit. He then looked around for past Usopp and past Sanji. Now, where are those two friends of yours? This isn't good, Blizzard said. This is the first time you guys have fought someone with observation haki before. Peh might be a pain in the ass, said Zoro, but knowing Luffy, he'd probably find a way even without haki. Yeah, that's right, Aika added. Big brother always finds a way. RRRGH. Come on, past Luffy shouted as he tried to pull his head out of the tree. I gotta go help my friends. After a tense few minutes, he eventually managed to get free, then immediately ran to go find past Sanji and past Usopp. Thankfully, they weren't very far, for past Luffy soon spotted them getting attacked by Satori, who laughed in enjoyment at their misery. Seeing that only caused past Luffy to growl as he ran along a thick branch, reeling both his arms back. Gum Goom. Wait, what's he doing? Nami asked. If he does that. Too late, Robin muttered. Gatling, past Luffy yelled as he sent his fists flying everywhere. But in doing so, he sent the surprise clouds all over the place. Luffy, no, past Sanji shouted. Stop, use your head, you'll make things worse, you idiot. Oh, crap, past Luffy cursed as he realized too late what he had done and stopped throwing his punches. Before they knew it, the boys found themselves running every which way, trying to avoid the surprise clouds and the traps that lied inside, such as spears, giant crabs, fire, which ended up burning past Luffy's buttocks, and even a flock of singing birds that mercilessly pummeled past Usopp to a pulp. Past Luffy, on the other hand, was forced to jump into a milky road to try and douse the fire on his butt, but instead, he landed in the mouth of a large skyfish with sharp teeth that ended up biting his already pained rear end, causing him to scream in pain as he leapt into the air once more. Ooh, that's gotta hurt, Chopper winced. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna feel that tomorrow, Blizzard added. Luffy's butt sure gets a lot of punishment, Kumi added. After past Luffy fell through the milky road, past Sanji warned him that falling through the next one underneath could be bottomless. Remembering what happened to past Usopp when he fell through the White Sea, past Luffy stretched his arm and grabbed onto a vine. And before long, he was swinging around like a monkey, doing a Tarzan call and laughing like he wasn't in any danger, at all, to past Sanji's ire. That moron, Zoro muttered. Can't he ever take things seriously? Like you have room to talk, Nami said with a glare. Hey, you're the one who didn't want to do the yell, Zoro countered. Doing the yell makes it easier to swing on vines. What does that have to do with anything, you jackass? Nami questioned. Luffy, past Sanji shouted. Stop screwing around, already, you moron. Hey, wait, exclaimed past Usopp, who was covered in bumps and bruises, but thanks to his hammer, he managed to knock out the birds that were beating him up. I just remembered something. Now's the perfect opportunity to try out my latest invention, the Usopp The Usopp. What? Ika asked. What are you talking about, Usopp? Brook asked. This was kind of embarrassing, Usopp said, sheepishly as he watched his past self put on a belt around his waist. What's that thing? Asked Frankie. It was supposed to be a grappling hook, Usopp began, but I didn't work out all the kinks yet. What do you mean? Ika asked. Just watch, Usopp answered while past Usopp pulled some sort of triggering mechanism, which caused a rope with a grappling hook to shoot out of the belt and attach itself to a branch, just as the crow was puttering straight in front of him. There it is, past Usopp exclaimed. If I miss this, the boat will keep going on without us into the forest. Not bad, Usopp, past Sanji grinned. Yeah, way to go, past Luffy called while still swinging around on the vines. Just watch out for those balls, got it, past Sanji. Ha, past Usopp laughed. As if I'd make such a mistake, now then. Usopp Soon, he swung across the air, much to everyone's surprise even Satori, but just as it looked like he was about to reach the boat. Past Usopp realized he didn't put in a way to detach the rope from the belt, and he ended up swinging back to where he was, and past Luffy was still swinging around like he was having the time of his life. So that's what you meant by working out the kinks, Frankie mused. Yep, Usopp sighed in exasperation and embarrassment. Oh, dear, Robin said. I think I need to have a word with you too, past Sanji growled, and not 2 seconds later, he had already beaten the pair up. Okay, past Sanji said as he puffed on a cigarette. Here's the deal. I'm gonna forget what just happened, but from now on, you two idiots have to what I say, you got that? Yes, sir, past Luffy said through swollen lips. I'm sorry. Me, too, past Usopp muttered. Did you really have to beat Emmy up? Usopp asked. I was only trying to get the boat back. Luffy was the one who wasn't taking things seriously. You were screwing around, just as much as he was, Sanji barked. I was not, Usopp argued. Silence, Nami yelled as she pushed them apart. Now, then, past Sanji began. Let's forget about the boat for now and focus on. Before he could finish that sentence, Satori suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck him right in the chest with an impact dial, causing him to cough up a large amount of blood. Sanji, past Luffy and past Usopp cried in horror as the cook collapsed on the ground, motionless. One down, to go. Satori grinned as he turned to the remaining pair. You fat bastard. Past Luffy growled. You're gonna pay for that. Soon, he went on the attack. But just like before, it was a vain attempt, for he, along with past Usopp, was soon beaten within seconds, and all three were lying on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Oh, no, Aika whispered. I can see why you guys had such a hard time, now, Nami said, worriedly. Tell me about it, Sanji said. We were lucky to escape from that alive. Especially you, Sanji, Chopper added. You were practically hit right in the heart. You were lucky it didn't stop, right then and there. Maybe not, Sanji began, but I think a few of my ribs were fractured. At that moment, past Luffy groaned as he tried to stand up, although he did wobble a little. Oh ho ho, laughed Satori as he stood on top of another surprise cloud. You're still alive, are you? Impressive. Very well then, I have just the thing to finish you. He then pulled out some sort of striped cane. Behold. My super secret surprise. Sphere dragon. Did he say, dragon? Brook asked. Oh, Nami muttered, nervously. Soon, Satori somehow connected the surprise clouds together to form a chain. And at the very front end was a cloud with a giant dragon mask. Although, it looked more like a caterpillar than a dragon. That's it? Asked Blizzard. Cover's more intimidating. He paused for a moment. I can't believe I just said that. Well, that doesn't look too bad, I guess, Nami said. That's where you're wrong, Usopp corrected. That's your best move? Asked past Luffy. All you did was string up a bunch of surprise clouds together. I gotta say, that's pretty disappointing. Not for long, Satori sang. You see, my blue sea friend, my sphere dragon is loaded with oodles of explosive surprises and all sorts of delightful shrapnel. But wait, past Usopp said in horrified realization, that means. If you touch the fireball surprise cloud somewhere on its body, Satori began, then it will be over for you and your friends. You'll all be blown to bits in the incinerating inferno. Hope you like fireworks, oh ho ho. I like fireworks, Aika began, but not that kind. Me, too. Kumi squeaked. Soon, Satori held up his cane, and the sphere dragon began to chase after past Luffy, who yelped as he got to his feet and ran as fast as he possibly could. Damn, 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 damn. He cursed as he ran up a tree and jumped off and caught onto what looked like a vine. But when he grabbed it, the sphere dragon somehow got yanked back, TTERED in surprise. What? Satori questioned in shock while past Luffy looked at the vine in his hands and saw that it was connected to the dragon. Oh, I get it, he realized. This thing's being controlled by a string. Oh, it's like a puppet, said Aika. So that's how he figured it out, Usopp exclaimed. I was worried when I heard that explosion. Wait a minute, Zoro said as he noticed past Usopp was gone. Where were you, anyway? Yeah, Usopp. Where were you? Sanji asked as he glared at Usopp. I went to go find the boat, Usopp said, nervously. You mean you ran away? Robin pointed out. Don't put it like that, Usopp shouted. Damn it, Usopp, Sanji cursed as he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, causing him to yelp in fright as he flinched. I ought to. Wait, Nami called. Look, the Straw Hats looked up to see past Luffy trying to pull the rope apart, and with a quick tug, he succeeded in breaking it apart, thus breaking Satori's control over the giant dragon puppet. Yes. Past Luffy grinned. I got it. Why you little brat? Satori shouted as he tried to control the sphere dragon, but it was no use. Now I can't manipulate where the dragon goes. He then tugged on his cane. Come here, you. Whoa, past Luffy cried as he got pulled towards Satori. And in doing so, he pulled the sphere dragon along with him, causing a cocky grin to appear on the Straw Hat captain's face as an idea soon came to him. If you insist. It was then Satori realized too late what past Luffy was planning, for he was soon dragging the sphere dragon toward him, causing him to let out a terrified scream. No, wait. Stop. the fat priest cried. Let go of the rope. Kaboom! The memory was suddenly engulfed in a fiery explosion, forcing the Straw Hats to shield their eyes. After a brief moment, the memory returned to normal. But past Luffy was nowhere to be seen. Ha! 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 Satori panted before he looked down at the scorched forest below. That was too close, that fool is dead, and he almost took me with him. Perhaps that was his plan all along. Wait a minute, Aika muttered as she kept watching. I'll have to do better than that, next time, said Satori as he wiped his chin. I lost control of the situation. If I let things shock me like that, again, it will only interfere with my mantra. Yeah, that was close, said past Luffy, who was clinging to his back the whole time. Gah! Satori shrieked. You're alive. He grabbed onto him at the last second, said Robin. Risky, but clever. Get off of me, Satori cried as he tried to get past Luffy off of him. Let go of me, you brat. Do not let go of him, Luffy, huh? Past Luffy asked as he looked up, only to see past Sanji sitting on a dud surprise cloud, which had a tiny flower on it. Oh, Sanji, you're okay. Barely, past Sanji shouted. You almost killed me with that explosion, you idiot. You're lucky I managed to wake up before I got caught in it. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Past Luffy laughed. That wouldn't have happened if you hadn't let yourself get knocked out in the first place, Zoro said. Oh, bite me, Sanji barked. You weren't even there, and if you were, you'd probably have just as hard a time as I did, Moss Head. Anyway, Dumpling Head, said past Sanji as he lit up a cigarette. You keep harping on and on about this ordeal and whatnot, and to be frank, I don't give a damn about your rules. But considering the fact that there are two damsels in distress waiting for me, I'll accept your so-called priest's ordeal. We weren't really in that much distress, Sanji, Nami said as she and Robin side-eyed him. Seriously, I'm glad that's not you, anymore. I did sound a little sexist, then, didn't I? Sanji asked as he scratched the back of his head. But you should know, past Sanji began, I have my own ordeal. I call it, the ordeal of love. Hua? Satori questioned. Corny, Zoro coughed. Okay, I get it, Sanji barked. Hey, wait a minute, Satori shouted as past Luffy began to wrap his rubbery limbs around him. This isn't fair, it's 2 against 1, you cowards. You kidnapped my friends without friends, past Sanji listed off, made a cute angel cry, and then tried to kill her. So before you call us cowards, why don't you look in the mirror? Yeah, he's got a point, past Luffy grinned impishly. You might be able to predict our moves and that's pretty handy and all. His grin grew wider. But, it doesn't matter if you can't move, yourself. Right? She. Satori's gasp of horror was all the answer he needed. No, wait, he cried. You can't do this to me, Satori cried. Don't you know what you're doing? I'm one of God Eneru's priests. Not submitting to the judgment of his priests is a class 1 offense. If you attack me, it's like declaring war with God Eneru himself. Shut up, past Sanji demanded before he took in a deep breath and closed his eyes. You're letting all the flavors out. For example, to get the ultimate flavor of pepper in a mignonette, it's not the size of the coarseness that matters, but how you crack it. If you do it right. He leapt into the air. Then the sealed-in flavors will burst into an exquisite taste. He then began to spin, head over heels. So the trick is, you gotta release it all at once. No, don't, Satori cried. I'm not good with pain. Con Cass, past Sanji yelled before he slammed his heel right into Satori's skull, causing his sunglasses to crack and knocking out several teeth as a sickening crunch filled the air. As Satori let out a scream of agony, the memory once again faded to black. The memory returned once again, this time showing past Luffy, past Sanji, and past Usopp back in the crow, all of them looking rather banged up. What happened here? Nami asked. That might have been my fault, Usopp said. Like I said, the Usopp needed some kinks worked out. I got a little too caught up in the praise that Luffy and Sanji were giving me and I forgot to reel us all in, so he might have knocked into a few trees. A few? Sanji asked with a glare. Cut me some slack, will ya? Usopp questioned. You could have had Big Brother stretch his arms and pull you guys up, Aika pointed out. Yeah, we didn't think about that until after the fact, Usopp replied in embarrassment. As the crow continued to push along the milky road and headed out of the forest, Past Luffy sat up as he looked at the tree canopy while Past Sanji steered the boat. Damn, Past Sanji cursed. That was such a hassle. Tell me about it, Past Usopp concurred. If I never see something like that, it'll be too soon. That dumpling guy, Past Luffy spoke up, he sure was tough. Yeah, Past Sanji replied, but only because he fought dirty and he could predict our movements. I wonder, Past Luffy muttered. Huh? Past Sanji asked. You wonder what, Luffy? I wonder if I could do what he did, Past Luffy said. Do what? Past Usopp asked. You know, Past Luffy answered. Predict someone's movements and stuff. What are you talking about? Asked Past Sanji. Well, it's just. No, never mind, Past Luffy started to explain before he shrugged it off. Let's just keep going so we can find the others. The present-day Straw Hats all glanced at each other after his brief monologue. It seemed that after this battle, Luffy had taken an interest in wanting to know what observation haki was even before he knew the real name. Hey, I have a question, Chopper spoke up. Is haki really that hard to learn? It depends, Zoro answered. Some people are born with one form of haki, like the squirt, here. He put his hand on Aika's head for reference. Other times, you have to awaken it inside you. And some forms are harder to learn than others, depending on your personality. Which haki did you have the most trouble with, Zoro? Asked Nami. Armaments haki, I had no problem with learning, Zoro answered, but observation haki was where I struggled. I had trouble concentrating on the enemy and couldn't exactly pinpoint what their next move would be. Luffy told me that observation haki was something he had the hardest time with, as well, Blizzard answered. He could feel the emotions of others, but he had a hard time trying to predict enemy movements. It took him a while, but he got the hang of it, somehow. Observation haki is about hearing the voices of living things, Sanji said. Like how Aika uses it to talk to Kumi or how we use it to talk to Blizzard. But if you hone it well enough, you can even see glimpses into the near future. At least that's what I figure. And I just started to develop mine back in Dressrosa, Usopp added. Huh, Chopper mused. Typically, observation haki is used to predict the movements and emotions of your enemies, Zoro continued. But it can't predict random actions, like what Luffy just did with all those spheres. So that's why Satori's observation haki, or mantra, didn't work when Luffy brought that sphere dragon back to him, said Nami. That must have been how I beat that priest in the ordeal of Swamp, Chopper theorized. He lost concentration. And what about the other two forms of haki? Asked Frankie. We'll focus on those, later, I'm sure, Sanji answered. Right now, let's just keep watching these memories. Soon, the memories shifted, showing the trio riding along the milky road. Except now, they had entered a clearing that was lined up with skulls that were skewered on wooden pikes. Ah, Brook shrieked. Skeletons, maybe you should look in a mirror before you say that, Sanji barked. They're everywhere, Aika cried while Kumi gulped. Whoa, what the hell is this? Asked Past Luffy. I'm guessing this might be another ordeal, which means another priest, Past Sanji mused. So keep your eyes peeled. You gotta be kidding. Past Usopp bemoaned. I don't think I can handle another ordeal. Will it be string? Iron? Swamp? Maybe? I don't even want to know. Ah, calm down, Past Luffy said. It's just a grassy plain. Take a closer look, Luffy, Past Usopp shouted. Those are skulls on sticks out here. On sticks? That's gonna be us. Did you run into another priest here? Asked Frankie. No, but we ran into something just as bad, Sanji answered, and suddenly, his past self sensed something coming from the left, and it didn't take long for Past Luffy and Past Usopp to spot it, as well. Hey, something's coming, Past Luffy called, and soon after, something smashed one of the skulls, causing Past Usopp to shriek in fear. They're here, he cried out, and soon, they appeared. Wiper and his band of gorillas. It's that gorilla guy, Kumi exclaimed. And he's brought his friends, Aika added. Oh, how frightening, Brook cried. That's when Wiper spotted the three Straw Hats before he flipped around, aimed his bazooka at them, and fired. Ah, he's shooting at us, Past Usopp shouted. Luffy, do something. I got this. Past Luffy exclaimed as he jumped up and inflated his belly. Gum gum balloon. The artillery shell bounced off his belly and ended up hitting a tree nearby, knocking it over while Wiper and his friends landed on the other side of the riverbank. "Wiper!" shouted one of them. "Should we deal with them, too?" "No," Wiper answered. "Leave them be." "That's that masked gorilla we saw on the White Sea," past Sanji exclaimed. "Hey, you!" past Luffy shouted. "What the hell was that for? You wanna fight or something?" "Ah, Luffy, stop, you'll only make it worse," past Usopp squawked. "So," Wiper spoke up, "you must be these Blue Sea people that have been causing so much chaos in Skypiea. If you value your life, I suggest you go back to the Blue Sea where you belong. If you insist on interfering here, then we'll end you, along with Eneru." "So mean," Aika whispered. "Yeah, he's scary," Chopper added. "It wasn't really his fault, of course," Robin spoke up. "Wait, what?" asked past Sanji. "You mean these guys aren't on God's side? Are you trying to threaten us, you bastard?" past Luffy questioned as he tried to get out of the boat, but past Usopp was trying to hold him back. "Bring it on, Baldy. I'll kick your ass to Kingdom Come, Usopp, let go of me." "HMPH," Wiper scoffed. "I wonder if you're even strong enough to get off this island." With that, he and his fellow gorillas left while past Luffy glared after him. "Who were those guys, anyway?" he asked. "Well, it sounds to me that they really aren't crazy about Eneru like the people of Skypiea are," said past Sanji. "You know," past Usopp whimpered, "I really do hate this place." "So, remind me," Brook said, "why are they trying to get rid of Eneru, again?" "Well, here's the thing," Nami said. "Remember how we said that the knock-up stream was how the City of Gold ended up in the sky?" Yeah," Frankie answered. "What does that have to do with this?" "Well, you see," Nami began, "Jaya actually used to be a lot bigger, but part of it was shot up into the sky by the knock-up stream. And it took the ancient Shandorians with it. The Shandorians were driven off their land by the Skypians because they wanted their land for themselves and everything came with it. And ever since, the Skypians and the Shandorians have been at war for 400 years. "You mean they've been fighting for 400 years? Asked Aika. "All because of some land? But that's silly, they could have just shared it." "Aika, sometimes people are so greedy, they don't want to share," Robin spoke. "Well, couldn't they have at least resolved things peacefully?" asked Brook. "They tried," Robin answered, "but neither side would see a compromise. Be the previous leader of the Skypians before Eneru appeared, tried to make a peace treaty with the Shandorians," Nami explained, "but before an agreement was reached. So that's it," Brook realized. "Damn," Frankie cursed. "No wonder the Shandorians are pissed." "That's why Gon Fall became the Sky Knight," said Nami. "He wanted to make it up to the people and try to protect them, even if he wasn't their leader anymore, especially after Eneru showed up." "Hey, wait a second," Frankie exclaimed. "You mean the City of Gold? It was here, all along?" "That's right," Robin answered. "It didn't sink to the bottom of the sea, like Noland had thought, but shot up into the sky. But even knowing, we still didn't find the gold right away," said Sanji. "Where was it?" asked Blizzard. "And what about the war?" Kumi added. "Is it over, now?" "Just keep watching, you'll see," Chopper answered, just as another memory appeared. This time, past Luffy, past Usopp, and past Sanji were still sailing along the Milky Road, only now, it was dusk. "Oh, wow," Aika said, wistfully. "What a pretty sunset, I've never seen anything like it before." "Takes your breath away, doesn't it?" asked Sanji. "Gotta admit, that's not a bad view," Zoro mused. "Now that is super gorgeous," Frankie declared. "Whoa, look at that," past Luffy said in amazement as he looked at the clouds. "The sunset is awesome, here." "Huh," past Sanji shrugged. "I guess sunsets happen here on Skypiea, too." I got a really bad feeling," past Usopp groaned, as they were climbing higher and higher over a tree. "Like something's waiting for us once we get over the top of this tree or something." "You might be right," past Sanji answered. "I think there just might be a drop on the other side of this." "That's what you were sensing, Usopp," past Luffy exclaimed as they began to plummet toward the bottom. An incredibly unsafe drop off of this tree. Soon, they were falling at an almost death-defying speed, and as they were nearing the bottom, they soon saw several small dots waiting below. "Hey, do you see anyone down there?" asked past Sanji. It's not another priest, is it? Past Usopp questioned, fearfully and loudly over the rush of wind. Nope. Past Sanji answered as he got a closer look. Just a school of sky sharks. Oh, thank goodness, Past Usopp said in relief. I thought for sure we were goners. Whoa, what do you mean, sky sharks? Sure enough, waiting at the bottom was a covey of ferocious sky sharks, all of them swarming at the bottom eagerly at the prospect of an easy meal. Or so they thought. Without even batting an eye, Past Luffy easily took care of the beasts with his gum-gum gatling. Once they were dealt with, the trio landed in the pool of clouds with a rough splash, sending water and clouds everywhere. Woo-hoo! Past Luffy cheered. We made it, Luffy. Past Luffy gasped as he saw Past Nami, Past Zoro, Past Robin, and Past Chopper waving to them. But as for the Going Merry, she looked like she had seen better days, for it looked like she had gotten burnt in several places, not to mention her mizzenmast was broken off and was lying at the stairs of the altar, but nobody seemed to notice. Soon, Past Luffy, Past Sanji, and Past Usopp got off the crow to meet up with the others. But when they got on board, they saw that Past Chopper looked just as bad as the Merry did, if not worse. His fur was scorched, he had a black eye, and his torso was wrapped up in bandages. Chopper, what happened to you? Asked Aika. And for that matter, what happened to the ship? Frankie questioned. Well, you see, Chopper said, sadly, Zoro, Nami, and Robin left to explore the jungle and I was left alone to guard the ship. But while they were gone, I was attacked by one of the priests. He said his name was Shira, and he was setting everything on fire with his lance and his giant fire-breathing bird. And then he tried to kill me. Oh, Chopper, Nami said, sadly. And then the Sky Knight and Pierre tried to help me, Chopper said, but they both got hurt when Shira did something that made them stop moving in midair. I think he was the string priest. And that's why. He tightly clenched his eyes shut and shivered. It's my fault. Don't even start that crap, again, Zoro scolded, causing the little reindeer to look up at him. You did your best. No one's angry at you. Yeah, but still. Chopper muttered as he watched his past self trying to apologize to Past Usopp for the ship getting damaged. Well, the mast can be replaced, Past Usopp said as he turned to him with a smile. The important thing is that you're okay. After all, Chopper, we can't replace you. Usopp. Past Chopper whispered in awe. He's right, you know, Blizzard said, getting Chopper's attention. Ships come and go. But we can't replace you, Chopper. You're not just our doctor, you're a very valuable member of the Straw Hats. He smiled at Chopper. Don't forget that, okay, little buddy? Chopper stared up at Blizzard, then looked up at Usopp, who also smiled at him, as did the rest of the Straw Hats, causing him to smile back before he nodded his head. Yeah, I'm much more reliable now, Chopper exclaimed. Hey, Chopper. Past Luffy called. What about the weird old Pops? Didn't you say he was injured, too? Ah, that's right, Past Chopper cried. The Sky Knight. Soon, everyone had gathered inside the galley, where they found Gon Fall resting on a futon inside where Past Chopper explained that if it weren't for him, he and the Merry would literally be toast. Past Sanji said that he wanted to ask Gon Fall some questions, but decided to wait until he was awake, and even thanked Pierre for his help, as well. Well, since we'll be busy fixing the ship tonight, Past Sanji said, we'll go back to Angel Island in the morning. It was then that the decision was made to make camp in the forest that night, something that Past Luffy was very excited about, but Past Usopp was very against the idea of camping out in enemy territory and that this wasn't a party. Despite that, Past Luffy couldn't help noticing the dead sky sharks he had gotten through pummeling and asked if having a barbecue was a party. After a while, the Past Straw Hats had set up camp, and true to form, Past Luffy was gobbling up a sky shark with 2 more set up over the campfire. While he was busy eating, Past Sanji was grinding up some medicine for Gon Fall while being instructed by Past Chopper. You know, it feels a little weird, seeing you guys relax like that, Frankie said, but then again, I guess I can't blame you after the day you had. Hey, even pirates need to unwind, don't you think? Nami asked. All right everyone, quiet down, Past Usopp called as he wheeled up a chalkboard. It's time to hear all of your field reports. Where do you get that chalkboard? Brook asked. The ship, Usopp answered. Where do you think? Ah, Brooke nodded. Makes sense. Well, first off, said past Sanji, we ran into that priest Satori who used spheres with different kind of threats inside each one. Explosives, a dragon, stuff like that. But what really got us was that he could use this thing called mantra and he could predict our moves. He then held up the bowl of medicine. Hey, Chopper, do you need me to crush this up, some more? Yeah, past Chopper answered while he tended to Gon Fall. Make sure it's easy for the Sky Knight to swallow. His digestive tract was badly damaged in the fight. Anything else to report? Asked past Usopp. Well, there was this other priest called Shira, past Chopper answered, and he was using his weird sword to set fire to everything, and he could predict my moves, too, and then the Sky Knight tried to fight him off. But then, he hung his head, guiltily. He dodged the Sky Knight's attacks, too, and then he beat him, and that's when his bird set the mast on fire. Sounds like you had a really rough time, said past Nami as she patted his shoulder. Beft Usopp. As for Zoro, Robin, and me, we found something really interesting. It turns out that this island we're on is actually the missing part of Jaya. The city of gold didn't sink to the bottom of the sea as Nolan thought, but it was actually shot up into the sky. How do you figure that out, big sis Nami? Asked Aika. We found the other half of Cricket's house here, that's how, said Nami. Wait, say what? Asked Frankie. Don't worry about it, Nami replied. Okay. Past Usopp called. Thanks for your reports, everyone. Now we know that the priests use a certain technique called mantra to predict our movements. A giant bird that can breathe dangerous flames, and most important of all, the city of gold that the Sarayama Alliance has been looking for is hidden here on this island. Are you serious? Past Luffy questioned in disbelief. I just got through saying that, past Nami shouted. Did you really find gold here? Asked Frankie. Oh, yeah, tons of it, Nami answered. But we didn't find it in any ruins. Where'd you find it? Brooke asked. It's best to let the memories explain, Chopper answered. She. Past Luffy grinned as he clenched his fists. Oh, man, I'm getting excited here, an adventure with gold at the end, I can hardly wait. This is an adventure I can get behind, past Nami agreed, her eyes taking on this glint. Hey, wait a second, Luffy, past Usopp cried. Didn't you hear what that gorilla guy warned us about? Do you think God will be angry? Asked past Chopper, nervously. Sounds like a blast, past Robin mused. Well, we are pirates, after all, past Sanji added. We can't just turn our backs when treasure's involved. We're camping out in enemy territory and greatly outnumbered, past Zoro smirked. I like those odds. Ha, past Luffy laughed. Gold, and it's all waiting for us. Yo ho ho ho, Brooke laughed. How thrilling, makes me nostalgic for the old days. I can't wait to see the gold, Aika added. Me, neither, Kumi exclaimed while wagging her tail. Well, first, Sanji began, before we could go hunting for any gold, we had more important things to attend to, like making dinner. Oh, yeah, Aika and Kumi realized. Soon after, the memory shifted, showing past Luffy lying in front of a small campfire, watching a pot of water boil with a bowl on top of it. He wiggled his feet and pouted his lip as he watched it, but then groaned as he rolled over onto his side. Nah, this is so boring, he complained. I didn't tell you to watch the boiling water, idiot, past Sanji said as he chopped up some fish. When the water fills up the bowl, you have to put it in our canteens. We need fresh drinking water for tomorrow, so make sure that gets done, got it? Whatever. Past Luffy grumbled. He acts like such a kid, sometimes, Blizzard muttered. In a way, he still is a kid, Chopper answered. That's when past Zoro and past Chopper came in, carrying baskets of walnuts, bananas, aloe, garlic, and even a few rats and frogs as well. Past Sanji, impressed by their find, told them to throw everything that they had in the pot, but past Nami shouted that she did not want to eat something so disgusting. In the meantime, past Robin appeared holding what appeared to be a huge gemstone, but it was really just a giant chunk of rock salt that she found, to past Nami's subtle disappointment, but past Sanji was delighted. Is rock salt really that good? Aika asked. It's actually really good for you, Sanji answered. It boosts metabolism and improves digestion, as well as other benefits. Just don't have too much, Chopper added. Too much sodium can affect your heart and blood pressure. Ah, Ika nodded. Soon after, past Sanji had passed Zoro hold a large flaming rock over a large pot filled with stew. The latter griped that his swords were not meant for something like this, but the former simply brushed him off before he dropped the rock inside. Ah! Past Luffy cried. You just dropped a rock in the stew, is it good? You don't eat it, said past Sanji. It helps the pot cook. The heat from the rock cooks the stew from the inside out. Huh, past Chopper mused. Trust me, past Sanji said. You're gonna need all the nutrients in this dish for tomorrow. Smells like we got a winner, past Luffy exclaimed as he tried to take the lid off the pot, only for past Sanji to kick him in the head. Ow. Keep your hands off, you mooch, past Sanji barked. Sanji, I'm hungry, past Luffy complained. Well, it's not ready, yet, past Sanji barked. Weren't you just cramming a sky shark down your gullet not 10 minutes ago? Yeah, past Luffy admitted, but that was an appetizer. I figured you knew that. He must have a rubber stomach, too, past Nami muttered. Yeah, tell me about it, past Robin agreed. Well, technically, he does, said Chopper. One that's fun to bounce on after he eats a lot, Ika chimed in. She. Sometimes, I wonder if Luffy really does eat his food, said Sanji. He could eat enough for a small army and still be hungry. Soon, the memory shifted again, this time showing the past Straw Hats all gathered around the campfire, along with Gonfal, who was still lying in his futon, and Pierre, who was watching over him. Past Chopper and past Usopp were handing out bowls of stew to everyone, although for some reason, past Sanji was insisting that the first 2 bowls go to the girls. During that time, past Luffy kept getting more refills for his bowl. You know, that reminds me, Nami said. Sanji, why did you tell Chopper to give me and Robin our food, first? Well, this is embarrassing, Sanji muttered, but I cut out little heart-shaped carrots into the stew and I wanted you and Robin to eat them first. Oh, Nami realized. I guess that didn't work out, did it, Loverboy? Zoro smirked. Can it, Mosshead? Sanji barked. Okay, everyone, past Nami called. Let's do a quick review of Nolan's logbook, okay? He discovered the City of Gold, 400 years ago. However, when he left the island and then came back with his king, the city had somehow vanished. Luckily for us, we now know what happened to it. Yeah, it got shot up into the sky, like you guys said, Ika exclaimed. Wait until old man Cricket finds out, added Frankie. You told him about this, right? Actually, we never saw him again since we left Jaya, Nami began, but it's okay. Luffy managed to get the message to him. How so? Brook asked. You'll see, Nami said with a wink. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, causing everyone to look up and see that past Sanji had hit past Luffy over the head with the pot's lid. Apparently, he asked for 1 refill too many. Sanji, pay attention, past Nami shouted. I was, but he was interrupting you, past Sanji spat as he pointed accusingly at past Luffy. My compliment is food and this is the thanks I get? Asked past Luffy, geez. Past Nami groaned. Now then, during those few years, this island, which actually half of Jaya, got shot up into the sky. You mean, by the knock-up stream? Asked past Chopper. That's right, past Nami answered. It's the only thing that makes sense. Cricket said that when this phenomenon occurs, it happens completely at random locations, and an explosion of that caliber could even send an island flying, wouldn't it? I just can't believe that this huge forest is the same one we saw back on Jaya, past Zoro pointed out as he looked up at the trees. It could be due to the difference between sea clouds and island clouds, past Robin pointed out. It seems that there's something about this environment that has the power to rapidly speed up the growth of flora and fauna, here. That would explain why the remains of Jayan civilization were swallowed up by this forest. And that also explains why the south birds that saved us are so huge, too, past Chopper added. South birds? Ika asked. There are south birds here, too? Yeah, and they were enormous, Chopper answered. About big as the Mary, too. Some were eel? Asked Kumi. That reminds me, said past Zoro. Chopper, why did those birds save you and the old man in the first place? I don't really know, said past Chopper. Except when they did save us. They referred to the Sky Knight as God. What? Past Nami and past Usopp questioned in surprise. He's God? Past Luffy questioned while eating out of a lunchbox. So if we beat the crud out of this guy, then our job here is done? Hearing that caused Pierre to shriek as he attempted to shield Gonfall. No, genius. Past Usopp snapped at past Luffy. How'd you get that out of what he's saying? Would both of you loudmouths just pipe down? Asked past Nami. Yeah, shut up. Past Usopp agreed. Yeah, past Luffy added. Wait, who's a loudmouth? You are. Past Usopp spat. You both are. Past Nami shouted. Can it? You can be a bit of a loudmouth, Usopp, Blizzard spoke up. Hey, Usopp snapped. I don't remember asking for anyone's opinion. Now then, past Nami continued. Does anyone remember what Nolan's log said about the City of Gold? Ooh, I do. Past Luffy exclaimed as he raised his hand like he was a little boy in school. It's a city of gold. You're such a dumbass, past Usopp shouted. Do you ever think before you talk? He said something about South birds and a giant gold bell, past Sanji said. Of course, there could be a lot more. The last thing he wrote in his logbook was something odd, past Robin spoke. It's something I can't figure out, even now. He said, the City of Gold is in the skull's right eye. That's it, past Nami exclaimed before she picked up 2 maps. Check this out. I rescaled Robin's map of Jaya and paired it up with the old map of Skypia we found on that galleon. If you line them up just right. This is what Jaya looked like, 400 years ago. She laid the 2 maps flat on the ground together, and the 2 islands formed a skull. Neat, past Luffy exclaimed. It's a skull, it is a skull, past Chopper added. Wow, big sis Nami, Aika said in amazement, you're so smart. Leave it to you to figure that out, our brainy and beautiful navigator, Brooke added. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Well, I know my way around a map. Nami smiled with a blush on her face. Hey, wait a second, past Usopp said. If the City of Gold is in the skull's right eye, then where in the right eye are we supposed to look? Here, past Nami answered as she pointed at a structure in the middle of the right eye of the skull. It's the one structure that's in the skull's right eye, and no one's ever found it yet because we're the ones who have both maps. I see, past Usopp realized. Then we must be lucky pirates. Tomorrow, we'll split the crew up into 2 teams, past Nami said. We can't just leave the ship, so half of us will stay with the Mary while the other half goes out to look for the gold. Agreed? Agreed. The past Straw Hats exclaimed. This is our time, past Nami grinned as she adjusted her glasses. By tomorrow, we'll have more gold than we ever dreamed of. The memory shifted once again, this time showing everyone cleaning up after dinner. Ah, past Luffy sighed in satisfaction while patting his stomach. Now that's what I call gourmet. Oh, brother, Sanji said as he rolled his eyes. He calls anything he eats gourmet. Would you say that makes him a gourmand? Brooke asked. Gourmand? No, Sanji answered. Glutton? Definitely. Yeah, but what can you do? Zoro asked. It's Luffy. Yeah, I guess you have a point, Sanji said. If he wasn't hungry all the time, I actually get a little concerned. Yes, too, the rest of the Straw Hats agreed. Tomorrow, we get the gold, past Chopper exclaimed while carrying some bowls. You got it, past Nami added as she held the spoons. You think it'll be sunny, again? Asked past Luffy as he looked up at the sky. We're above the clouds, past Usopp began while still stoking the campfire, so I guess, yes. Let's go ahead and put out the fire, past Robin advised. It's beginning to get late, you guys. We don't want to give away our location to our enemies. Past Luffy and past Usopp looked at each other before they smirked. What a rookie move, said past Luffy. Did you hear that, Usopp? She wants us to douse the fire. What are we gonna do? I don't know, past Usopp said. It's not really her fault, though. Robin's never been exposed to this kind of living before. Huh? Past Robin asked. What are you talking about? Past Luffy and past Usopp looked at her, before they fell to their knees and sobbed. You're always supposed to have a campfire when you camp, cried the former. That's what makes it camping. Is he serious? Asked Blizzard in disbelief. So, wait, you're not supposed to have a campfire? Asked Kumi. I'm confused, said Aika. Why was having a campfire so important? It was probably important to your brother, said Nami. I couldn't really understand myself, to be honest. Are you guys really that stupid? Past Nami questioned. Don't you know how dangerous this forest is? Don't care, Past Luffy said, bluntly. We have God's priests out there and gorillas forming a coup. Past Nami argued. Plus, we have absolutely no idea what could be lurking out in the shadows at night. There might be giant predators or even monsters out there. Monsters? Past Chopper shrieked. Sky Island scary, Sky Island scary, Past Usopp whispered. Monsters? How dreadful. Brook squeaked. Don't you think you were exaggerating, just a tad? Asked Frankie. You call it exaggerating, Nami began, but I call it being cautious. Hey, Luffy, Past Zoro called before he and Past Sanji stepped aside to reveal a pile of logs. Is this enough wood for your bonfire? Not you guys, too. Past Nami shouted. Ah, relax, Nami, Past Sanji assured. Animals are afraid of fire. They'll stay away. Unfortunately, the moment he held up a torch, the fire's light revealed many glowing eyes behind him. Ah, there's already something behind you, Past Nami cried. It was soon revealed to be a large pack of wolves. At least 20 of them, and one of them had a large scar going down his eye, indicating that he was the leader. What are those? Brook asked in fright. Cloud wolves, Chopper answered. Don't worry, they're not as fierce as you might think. What makes you say that? Asked Frankie. Soon, the leader of the wolves began to bark and growl, causing Past Chopper to step in and translate. Apparently, the wolves were irritated that the Past Straw Hats were camping in their territory and lighting fires. Although when the leader began boasting about how everything in the forest belonged to the wolves, that's when Past Nami stepped in and immediately beat the wolf leader with just one punch. Nothing's keeping me from that treasure, she declared while the wolves growled, angered that their leader had been attacked. Oh, great, now look what you did, Nami, Past Usopp cried. Now we get eaten by wolves, didn't see that coming. Suddenly, the leader barked out to his pack, telling them to back down. Apparently, he was impressed that Past Nami was able to knock him out with just one punch. You know something? Asked Blizzard. I always wondered why I always respected Nami without question, and now I know. Big sis, you're so tough, said Aika with sparkling eyes. You stood up to a pack of wolves. Well, just one, Nami said. If they were huge, I'd really leave these things to your brother. So, that's what a happy ending looks like, said Past Usopp. I guess so, Past Zoro shrugged. Then I have an idea, Past Luffy exclaimed. Campfire party. Soon, the bonfire was lit up and everyone was sitting around, having the time of their lives. It's the festival of the night before gold hunting, Past Usopp cheered while banging on a drum. AWOO woo woo, Past Luffy howled with the wolves. Yeah, howl it out, Blizzard exclaimed. AWOO, Blizzard, Kumi, and Aika, who had turned into her wolf form, how? Man, you guys were sure going all out, Frankie grinned. You think that looks fun? Asked Nami. Wait until you see the party we had later. There's another one? Brook asked in surprise. Robin smiled as she watched the party going on, just like her past self was doing. She had to admit. That was actually the first time she felt like she was having fun. It was that she felt like she was actually getting a bit closer to the crew. And she began to feel her heart open up to them. During the party, Past Luffy laughed as he danced around with one of the cloud wolves when all of a sudden, Past Nami stumbled into him, nearly causing him to trip. And Nami? Past Luffy asked. What's up? Past Nami raised her head up, revealing her flushed face. Luffy, she slurred. You gotta try this juice that the wolves made. Ah! Past Luffy cried. And Nami, you're drunk. What was in that stuff that the wolves gave you? Usopp asked. I don't really remember, Nami said, embarrassed. I was too busy drinking it. It tasted so good and, before I knew it, I had almost a dozen cups. Nami, maybe you ought to sit down for a bit, Past Luffy said before he took the drunken navigator over to a tree root and sat down with her. There you go. Hic. Past Nami groaned and hiccuped as she leaned against him. It's so pretty. Hey. Yeah, it is, Past Luffy said before he gulped. What do I do? Here. Nami, how much did you drink, already? He asked. Oh, 2, 3, or 12 or something. Past Nami said in a slurred voice. I lost count. Hick. She looked up at the bonfire, her cheeks redder than a tomato. It's nice to hang out like this SSS. Yeah, it is, huh? Past Luffy asked while Past Nami looked up at him, causing him to swallow the lump in his throat as his cheeks began to turn red, too. What's up? Luffy. Past Nami muttered as she leaned into him, closer. I love you. Past Luffy's eyes went wide and his heart started racing in his chest while Past Nami giggled. And meanwhile, the present-day Straw Hats all gaped in disbelief before they all looked at their Nami, who groaned as she covered her face in embarrassment. Nami, what are you saying? Past Luffy asked, his face turning even redder than before. I love you, Past Nami slurred again before she cackled like a drunken fool and wrapped her arms around Past Luffy, who yelped as he tried to get her to let go, but her hold was surprisingly strong. Nami, stop, you're drunk, Past Luffy cried as he tried to push her off. Let go of me, please. Let go. Whoa, he soon fell over with Past Nami still on top of him. And not long after, he glanced down at her as he saw that she started snoring. He blinked at her for a moment, before he smiled warmly. Oh, well, he said.